Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am one of those players. Welcome to episode 43 of Galewright Accord. Got our ensembled cast here, and we're trickling into the table as we speak, and just missing one DTW. As far as announcements, we don't have any. At least I don't have any. Does anyone have an announcement they wish to share?
Everyone always has so many fucking announcements. Can't we just be happy to have one without any announcements?
No announcements.
I mean, it's just part of the routine to kind of get us into the formality of the game,
every
right?
week we spend 40 minutes on everyone's separate announcements. Can we just have 1 week where it's just D&D?
All right,
Just the game.
time for Let You Go then.
Anymore.
We had that last week. No, last week nobody had announcements.
Yeah, no one ever
Like
has
an hour
anything
on the fight.
Now, apparently, everyone has 40 minutes on announcements. You heard it, cited by the DM.
Well, as it stands, I actually have my script here that I need to read for 40 minutes of announcement.
we have merch in the store. We have paid. I'm kidding. No.
I don't have anyone on the friends list.
If we did had merch, I would want oh my god, I'm stupider to be one of them. Like a shirt I can wear.
Someone please appear online, thank you.
I am online. What are you talking about?
I'm always online.
I'm invisible. You're right. Online. Jeez.
Thank you.
Were you hiding from us, Laris?
Yes.
Maybe. I guess. I don't know.
He's being sneaky. I'm in.
Well, hasn't Bach just added to his friends list? What the? Where's
Because-
Sweet? Why is Sweet not on the table anymore?
She disconnected somehow.
Yeah.
And since she's not saying anything, maybe she disconnected from Discord as well.
She's a real problem now, guys. I think we're gonna have to handle her.
Gonna have to take her out.
I confirm. I have 4 mutual friends with that guy. I'm sure he's great.
Yeah, he's alright.
What? Who's this?
Who's what, where?
When, where, why?
Fuck.
I just got a friend invite from a DTW. Sure, why not? You can't be any worse than the other people I have. I really should do a culling.
A culling.
Yeah, where you go through your friends list and you're like, who do I even talk to?
That game was good, and then it died.
Myself into place.
Alright, is everyone here? Is everyone ready? Alright, let's begin. Personally, my least favorite portion. I don't know why you guys force me to do this every week, but...
It was in the contract we all signed. There must be a lucky roll at the very beginning.
I never signed a contract.
I never signed any contract.
Am I a free agent?
It just means you can be canceled at any time.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Oh yeah, we're in an area you
Alright.
can get canceled for anything.
Everyone, roll your shitty dice of varying sizes.
Oh, this isn't my shitty dice, though. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Including you, Banana. I want to see it roll.
Oh! There went all my luck.
Alright. Here we go. Laris, please read.
All right. Each player from the highest roll to the lowest must choose a D&D monster. It can be any monster, even named ones, but no 2 players can have the same monster chosen. Each player must be unique. DM gets a negative 30 modifier to his roll. The DM goes last. Everyone else goes for them.
Okay,
All right.
monstrosity. No, DTW, you're first. Please choose any
okay.
D&D monster.
Okay, when you say monster, do you mean like...
Any creature in the fucking monster manual or any named creature? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know any monsters.
Eldritch Lich.
Alright, who's next?
Sweet.
I think
with
it's
a
me.
15. Yeah.
All right.
I'll
Sweet.
pick a. I don't know D&D monsters, so I'm gonna pick a red dragon.
Okay, fantastic. All right, who's next on the list?
That would be Laris.
Oh no, he's building in the boss battles for the future. Ah!
This is
take
where he gets
one.
his ideas.
Oh gosh. How about we do a spy? It's a really low CR. It's like a CR quarter or two or something like that. It's a
What a... All right, we got a spy. Who's next?
Good little cold.
I know I'm last.
We
right,
got
so-
We got 2 6s, and then that
But
one.
mine's minus 30.
Yeah, so it'd be
Banana?
bananas next. Yeah, bananas next.
I'm gonna go with the squirrel.
All right. And Panda, you're your last. On this
Gonna go with a pixie.
Wow.
That would
All
be
right.
good,
So
yeah.
we have the high end. We got some high end stuff and a lot of low end stuff.
Well, it's time to have another Duke out. Can I just die immediately, please?
All right. No, not yet. You need to hear my pick, of course.
Oh.
The
Yours
asteroid
is-
spider.
No, I don't like the asteroid spider. That guy's.
A Leviathan.
It's sick.
All right. I, however, will choose a goblin, a standard issue goblin. All right, so
What?
here we go. Here's the lineup, and now, Laris, if you would, please.
Flip the other card. Each player, now from highest to lowest, must explain to me how their character at current level would fare against the monster. The player whose character can most conceivably stomp the monster chooses who recaps. The DM's character is a level 20 monk with 30s in every stat, but he can't choose who recaps or be chosen. All right, so highest to
Oh
lowest.
God.
So we're starting with the lich here. We have the Eldritch Lich.
Get him, Sherman!
How well Sherman would fare against the Eldritch Lich.
Right. So, I actually think it's impossible for Sherman to win. So we're just gonna.
Claim.
So the Lich has 4 legendary resistances. It has Far Realm Parasite. It has Psychic Whisper, Parasitic Tentacle. It has spells.
No. So Sherman's an artificer. If he has enough time, preparation like Batman, and he sets up like a bunch of TNT, somehow lures the Lich into that space.
So look, the only thing that Sherman has going for him is if he can snipe it from a distance. Because
wait. So
it only has
you're
one
forgetting.
plane shift.
Can't Sherman just create a grenade or something?
All
It
right,
hits 165 hit
He's not
points.
sure. You're not Sherman.
Sherman started this by saying he doesn't think there's any conceivable reality which he wins. He thinks winning is impossible. So I believe this is one where Monster stomps. All right, Sherman's not winning it. Next on the list, we have Sweet. Sweet, explain to me how your character would fare against a red dragon. Explain to me how Celeste beats the red dragon.
Okay. Let's see. I would Celeste would cast like Death Ward on herself, so that way she doesn't die. She doesn't flat out die. And since dragons have like really high, I'm assuming they have like super high strength and super high con, she would use her magic against it with like wisdom saving throws or some bullshit
Red
like that.
dragons are incredibly wise and smart. and they
Well, I
also
would
have
figure-
legendary resistance.
I thought they were just like big and beefy.
No,
But
they're
anyway.
incredibly smart. They're smarter than most people.
Well, I would have my spirit guardians. I would summon so many celestials and pray to Ilmater, and then
Fantastic.
that's it.
I don't think she's doing too great against it. Next, we have Arlani versus a singular spy.
I think Alani would be really equipped to handle a spy because a lot of her spells and skills are into information gathering. She's really smart. She's got a really high investigation. She probably would be able to find X spy pretty easily and then easily assassinate them because spies are not terribly strong. They don't have very high hit points. Their AC's weak. The spy's biggest advantage would be able to try to do an assassination attempt. But with Arlani's really high skills into finding things and looking into things, it's very unlikely this guy would be able to, or girl, be able to successfully assassinate Arlani. She would find the spy first and then easily incinerate them. They would not be able to survive her arcane maelstrom or her new extra fire die damage, right? So it's not even a contest, really.
Unless, of course, she tries to befriend the spy and then
There
he
is a
kills
chance
her
he
in her
tries-
sleep.
Now, but what if
She uses
What if
alarm
he-
every time she sleeps. See?
what if because he is a spy, he's an information gatherer. What if he finds out who you are and alerts higher authorities before you can kill
Oh
him?
no!
There's a very few number of people that know. So
You're right.
and she
I think
trusts
you
those
pretty
people
convincingly-
pretty heavily. So yeah, I don't know.
I think you pretty convincingly kill the spy. My only fear is he might be able to reason with Arlani not to get perma killed. All right, he might
Yes.
be like, "Spare me, please."
She
Arlani.
would have trouble killing a person that's actually good, but if it's an evil spy, if it's a bad spy, no problem. Let's
All right.
hold person and
Next on the
stab
list-
with a dagger.
Here's next on the list is my personal favorite matchup so far is Nolan, the paladin warlock, level 9 or 10, whatever we are, I forget, versus a normal squirrel.
There's no way Nolan wins because the squirrel
This
is
isn't a normal
rabid. It has
squirrel.
It's a
rabid
rabid
rage.
squirrel.
He dies in 13 turns or 30 turns after
Yep.
it bites him. He can't win ever.
Well, I just don't think Nolan will be interested enough in even attacking a squirrel.
Can I have this icon afterwards? By the way.
Plus,
Yeah, it's what it is.
the squirrels have advantage on dexterity saves, and Nolan is not the most dexterous. I would say that probably if it's a flying squirrel and he were to glide, I don't think there would be any chance here.
You think
However,
Nolan's decimated?
Nolan is probably even with the squirrel, if not a slight advantage. But I do believe with the HP being 1 hit point may be a problematic for the squirrel.
All right. So not last, but next on the list is Owen. You're against a pixie. Now this is a fey creature.
It is a fey creature.
You're surrounded by pixies right now.
I believe if I were to summon a flock of hawks, I could just watch them tear this pixie apart.
All right. Now, may I remind you that pixies have the ability to go superior invisibility. Okay, they can disappear from your sight. Your hawks don't know where they are. This is a pixie, mind you. They're spellcasters at the end of the day.
They are. They do also have polymorph, so I guess I could be polymorphed.
There's also
But
the
then-
fact that the last episode, Owen, I distinctly remember saying, "Don't kill the fey creature." So he seemingly has a conscience against fey creatures.
Yes, but we're assuming we're trying to kill these things in front of us. They
So
are our enemies.
Arlani might have to befriend it, but you get escaped by? I don't think so. Get out of here.
Okay, well, I don't think it's going to apply to my conscience the way yours will be applied to yours.
Damn.
Because yours is trying to deceive you. I don't think this pixie's trying to.
Pixies are nothing but chaos. They are always
true.
trying to deceive.
That's true, but I would like to see just like hawks try. I would like to get into hawking, please.
All right, fantastic. I'm not thoroughly convinced. Last on the list we have my level 30, my level 20 goblin monk versus a regular goblin.
Hey.
Now the thing is, the way I play Slipple, that's the goblin monk's name.
Of course.
He's actually very prone to subservience, and he's terrified of other goblins. So I think he'd actually lose this matchup 10 out of 10 times because the other goblin says a single word about like give up. He does. He grovels. He immediately surrenders and joins that war band, whatever it is. So I don't.
But
think
he doesn't become like their leader.
No, never. He's prone to subservience. His mind was broken at a very young age. That's his life now. So Slippo doesn't win.
I
Out of
wonder
all
if the
these
goblins
matchups,
would fight each other over like who gets to keep him as a pet. I feel.
He's very strong, but Out of all these matchups, I think the person who presented to me their character having the best chance of winning was Arlani. Arlani fought the hardest to explain why she had beat the spy. Now this
Very
isn't,
true. Yes.
this isn't which character would crush their monster. This was explain to me which one has the best chance of winning. And I believe Nolan when he says he wouldn't even look at the squirrel. If it flew away, he'd be done with it. The squirrel lives. But
True.
I believe
True.
Arlani
100% true.
would pursue a spy trying to find out information about her and annihilate it with prejudice if it turned out to be evil.
Definitely.
So Laris, you get to choose who recaps this week, but remember the final rule.
Cannot be the DM. Yes, I know.
All right.
Owen did last recap, right?
Yes.
All right. Sherman, my man, you're up.
Fantastic.
Oh, it is okay. All
I'm
right.
not gonna keep this pixie.
Keeping that pixie.
Thank
And why are you keeping the elder? And why are you keeping the squirrel?
It might turn into a squirrel at some point, and I would like to have a token.
Right. We were in the
Wait, where's
mind.
the squirrel? Someone took my squirrel!
Nolan took
Sorry.
the squirrel.
No one kept the squirrel.
Bastard. How are you?
We were in the mind of our Fey friend, trying to assist Owen and figuring out what's going on with his father. And in that, we were proving ourselves to this Fey creature by trying to do what he did and trying to defend the grove as best as he could. And that involved us trying to slay 2 generals from Owen's father. And one of the generals turned into a dragon, and the other one was a weird Eldritch Abomination guy. Long story short, we had a grand old battle. Celeste fell in battle, but she did not die because we are in a mind palace of sorts. And the psychic guy is attempting to pull information out of the head of our Fey friend, and all of us connected. It was a long, long fight. That was it.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Out of time.
That's not true at all. There was more. We learned about Owen and his parentage being the tree, right? His mother is a tree spirit. We learned about that, right?
My banishment skills are 10 out of 10.
And then Celeste.
Only
And
you
then
can
I think
keep
it's
hold of them.
really should be
I
stressed
know.
that Celeste is suffering quite heavily at the loss of effectively dying, right? And then, but not dying, but mentally dying, right? She's struggling on that, right?
Yes. Also, the dragon did, like, our minds did meld into this sort of simulation, and so the dragon did like
Announce
make remarks
things
at
of her
us.
head. And then and there was a really important remark about Sherman being a failed arcanist, magician, something like that, right? We all heard it. Celeste was even awake when this happened, so
I don't know.
we
I
all
don't think
heard this
anybody-
dragon comment, failed magician. So
Don't worry, Sherman. The minute
was
I
just
wake
Owen.
up, I'm gonna ask you.
No, but nobody heard that. Nobody
Everyone heard it.
I was way
Dragons
over
yelling.
here. I was
I had
way over
really
here.
good
DM, can you please
perception.
tell us if we all heard it or not, please?
I don't even, I don't remember the dragon saying.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ, you
yeah.
son
Yeah,
of a!
yeah.
No.
I think he's referring to Owen.
Mm.
I think
Yeah,
so too.
Owen's a failed mage. Yeah.
Well, I know that much, yes, but
Oh,
and
thanks.
that is true. But I don't think it was talking to me at the moment.
All right.
Oh yeah,
So-
I just died.
You did die, yes. You experienced death. So luckily you didn't see an afterlife. Your mind just fucking died for a moment.
Hmm.
Went
It's
brain
come-
dead
it's
for a
come-
minute.
It's come back in a weakened state. For how long, you're unaware.
Mm-hmm.
Permanently.
But each of you are now sitting in the grove. The grove tender, June. He said he would let you through, but he does carry an apprehensive air about him.
I guess we're all kind of catching our breath. The spells we spent in the trial, did we spend them out as well?
No. Nope.
But whatever spells we did spend before are used. Like on
Yeah.
June. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you keep track of that.
So we get our spell
Yeah.
slots back.
just if you didn't use any before going in.
The pre Matrix fight. Those are the ones
Yes.
you have.
Mine was like spiritual weapon.
Okay, everyone looks tired. Even though we were sleeping this entire time.
Oh, sleep is much different than what you experience.
I try to get up from like the ground and I'm like coughing like I'm trying to like get back up on my feet.
How are you feeling?
I don't know. I feel weaker. Weaker.
Do you need something to eat? Are you tired?
I'm just really cold.
Cold. Jesus, nothing I can do about you being really cold. Alright, well, hang in there, champ.
Hang in there, champ. If only there was some article of clothing.
Listen, because I'm weaker, he might have sympathy.
Like, you opportunistic creature. You have you no shame?
Owen, you look so cold. Here, take this scarf. I'm gonna wrap the scarf around Owen's neck.
I don't need it. Just keep it. Owen looks distracted. He is going to look down and kind of see how bad Celeste is. Do you feel any different? Are you still up for what we have to do?
So, physically, just to give you an image of how your character would feel, physically, you bear no injuries that are visible, but you feel like your body has been ravaged by the effects of what happened in that. And unlike most people, where they're coming back from it now, they're aware that they're separated from that incident, and they still they remember it, but they don't. Your body seems to bear those wounds in a non-visible way. Like your arms are sore, your mind is exhausted and weak, and you feel almost out of it, but you're conscious.
I just feel really weak, Owen.
It's not okay. It's not a physical weakness, though, is it? It's
no. Mentally, I'm just a lot weaker. I'm just having a really bad headache.
I almost wish it was. I'm not equipped at the moment to help you with anything beyond a physical
injury.
Injury. In the days to come, I will do what I can to undo what you sacrificed today. I just can't right now.
You're fine. How many hit points do I have? 1, right? Because I came back, or I have how many hit points do I have?
You should be at full.
Your hit points are whatever they were before you entered the mine.
Oh, so full.
And we were all healed by fairies, weren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just really drained, guys.
Yeah, just sit down. Everyone should take a short rest at least. I don't know what we're going to.
Is everybody okay though? How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I think you did good. I think everybody's doing all right. Or at least it seems the way.
Good. Nobody fell?
No one else fell.
He was the
You!
only one.
I look over at Nolan.
What? Me?
What the hell were you doing all the way over there? We had one thing we were all supposed to fight. Fell the dragon and then move on to something else.
That's not true. He said we must do better than he did in the trial.
That's not exactly what he asked for. No, you're wrong.
But your father's comments did seem of someone that was not interested in fighting us immediately, and the less amount of threats that we fight at that time would be more fortuitous to us. So challenging him when there were already 2 powerful creatures interfering is a relatively not intelligent thing to do, Nolan.
Exactly. And
Sure.
you just ran off.
Maybe I should just run around trying to fight a flying dragon. Of course, yes. Oh, that's so easy.
Do you not have a means of range combat on your person? In case
No.
such a thing would be.
It's a new thing, Arlani. I'm not exactly keen to it.
I mean, I saw you firing the Eldritch Blast from
It was
the pact you've
working,
made
it was-
with the hell,
It
so I
didn't
mean.
feel natural.
You literally
know.
didn't even turn over your shoulder when you shot them. You were just
I
looking
admit
at.
there was a bit of, something between that man's father and I.
That man's
Mutual
father.
understanding.
You mean Owen's father?
Yes, Owen's father. Yeah.
Why are you so unpersonal now with Owen? I mean, that man.
Well, I thought for sure he was going to perhaps step up a little bit more, but
That wasn't even my father.
was it not?
That was
Are you sure?
a figment of him.
Was it though?
Oh man, Owen looks doubtful for a moment.
I mean,
Yeah, of course.
what?
So that
It was
warlock
very-
was
Wasn't-
tearing to reality. That was also a figment.
You know that's
I thought he was-
different.
What's
You know that's
I
different.
don't know.
What's different
I don't
about it?
think that. I think that was a figment, but I think that person is shielded in such a way that allows that fragment that didn't exist to suddenly exist and be aware it didn't.
I'm not going to act like I know what's going on here. In fact, this whole thing is crazy to me. However, I did learn that Owen wouldn't exactly rush to his father.
But
So
we can't rush to his father if there are other things we have to deal with first.
I learned a lot. That's all I have to say.
Where is it that we need to go now?
Well, I mean, it's kind of we talk to
Yeah.
these spirits, right? They might boon us, they might not, so that we can maybe we'll deal with your father now. We might not be able to deal with your father's transgressions right now, right? It might be something we have to come back for.
Someone said something about time moving differently in other planes. I found a portal to a different plane behind June. What are the chances that if we walk in there, we don't come out at the same time we walk in?
That's a very real possibility, and it would not be uncommon.
I would prefer, of course, to pick up Hawkins first, but we are in a
Yeah.
time crunch here. But it is what it is.
If walking in there, we lose time here, we might have to come back later.
Right, we would have to really see the impact. We would need to know if
We need to see how time's different.
time here travels slower or faster. If it's faster, we could not afford, because jail would almost certainly be dead by the time we got back.
Yes.
Let alone
But if it
Zebra.
moves faster in there, that gives my father a very large head start on whatever he's planning. If it moves slower, then perhaps we could come back. I don't know. I'm still trying
We
to
need
wrap
to-
my head around what's going on here.
Well, the spirits. or
Maybe we
whatever,
can find
maybe-
someone.
Maybe would be able to tell us the difference in time.
June might be able to tell us, yes.
True. But that's something we will have to definitely consider. I mean, to be frank, the threats we have now are far more
Greater.
world-ending than redemption against your father, Owen. At least from what we can currently tell, unless June tells us that there's actually a greater risk that he didn't tell us at first. I mean,
Well, you've heard what he said my father's working on. Weapons that use the energy of this tree to horrible effects.
Right,
Not just the tree, but of spirits themselves.
but we kind of have to decide,
Right.
like, what's he planning on doing with these weapons? Is he planning on? I mean, most likely conquest, but conquest of what? Where? How many
He
scenes?
seems-
Once if he only wants to take over the neighboring kingdoms, that's still far less world endings than Sebaraz's current arrangements, right? So Sebaraz
Well, he
would still
promised
be
these
the.
things to Faye. Imagine Admiral Hawk. Imagine
I think your
the
father
dragons
is
of
too.
Faye with these weapons.
I think your father's too smart to actually give those things. He's probably using, say, for immediate benefits, but he's not going to turn over such power to them in the end. More than likely betrays them, right? Once he
Yes.
has in his
Couldn't-
care.
How much sway can you have on your father, Owen? Because maybe we can use it. Because I mean, it can't just be us fighting Sebaras. We need an army.
How much?
Well, the way we're
I
fighting
wouldn't-
Sebaraz is actually not through an army. Armies are very large. He would see it much more likely. What we want to do is we want to surprise him by resealing him and having the souls of the Eri. Maybe.
Right, but it can't.
I
It
wouldn't rely
can't just be
on...
us fighting.
Yeah, I don't think we can rely on us hoping my father will help us.
Is
What are
Celeste
your-
shivering right now?
Huh?
Is Celeste shivering? Is she like in a cold sweat
Oh.
shivering?
I'm exaggerating how cold I am.
Okay, now
Can't deception check then or performance check?
I imagine this would be a performance, yes, because
Oh,
I-
performance?
yes, you're putting on an act here. This isn't a direct
Brr.
lie. This is a,
It's cold in here. Hold on. Performance.
I think that either way we go about this, we're going to want to speak to the spirits in June. Well,
Don't worry about it.
That's
Don't
all.
worry about it. Don't worry about
So it's so obvious she's not actually cold in any capacity. She's actually like sweating very badly.
It's so hot.
It's
I'm
a
having
cold
hot
sweat.
flashes. I'm hitting menopause. It's like hot flashes all day.
Oh, fuck.
man. Ugh.
Oh fuck! It's gonna be a
Brr.
family gathering, isn't it?
At least, do you have peace of mind, Owen? At least that we made it to the street that you were longing to see.
Peace of mind.
I'm just saying. No, but be serious. Be serious.
I'm walking off for a moment.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice.
I think he's got more questions than answers.
I mean, whatever.
too, for sure.
all right. Owen, you begin to walk away. You can see the bones that belong to the creature you fought a memory of. You see there are animals walking about in this area. You noticed a few deer. They don't seem to even care about you guys talking in the middle.
I want to see if I can touch a piece of the tree. Like maybe there's a root somewhere. There's like the side of the trunk. I want to just touch it.
The bark.
The bark.
Sure, there's massive roots that upheave the land in some areas you can find.
This is the closest I've been to you for a very long time. I just like whisper as I look up to this dying tree. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be saying here. I should be getting ready. I turn away. People don't really need to get ready too much, do they? Like you guys are just milling about.
Pretty much.
I'm fine.
Okay, well, we can't. Oh, I want to stay here a little bit longer, but there's no reason for us to. Okay, fuck. I want to do an insight. Well, what sort of check do I have to do on Celeste to know what I can do to help her? Like a medicine? An insight because it's in her head.
I don't know what check you would need to do in order to figure out what's wrong with her. I don't think any of them are all that applicable in her case.
Okay.
I don't know, it'd be like a psychological check. Insight, maybe?
Okay, I can try an insight. Okay. That is a 27.
Wow.
Do I notice her words are shorter? She's not as quick as she used to be.
Age is getting to me.
She's stupider. It lets you know that despite no physical signs, her suffering is real to some regard. You know, she has experienced something. You are aware that it's trauma in a sense.
I think Owen feels really guilty. I think he unbuttons. He takes off the coat of his Vorelli and he kind of puts it on Celeste.
Really?
She seems to be very cold at the moment, and Owen seems to feel really
has
guilty.
a natural one
I
on
rolled
her
a
fake.
natural one on my fake coldness.
No, I know it's fake. I know it's fake, but he needs to I don't know. He needs to do something so he doesn't feel this guilt for a moment, even if it's to fix a problem that isn't even there.
You know, who needs a little scarf when you can have a big coat?
Oh, I'm taking it back later. It's not even pink. You don't even want it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go speak to the spirits, which are essentially my siblings. Holy fuck. Oh, wait.
No, they
Sammy,
would be your uncles or not your siblings, right? Because the
Nah.
sibling would be something your mother birthed. These
Well,
were not
she
made by your mothers, right?
They were. Technically, at least what June said, she created the nature spirits that protect parts of this continent. Or this world. So I guess
Rumon was a brother.
Oh, did I fucking try to... yes. I tried to kill my brother.
Ain't that something?
Jeez, I didn't realize that you and Caven had so much in common.
Jeez.
Well... Thank you. Now...
Yeah, good job, Arlani.
Oh,
Good job, Arlani.
Good job.
Well, at least she made them on purpose. I mean, June just said, and then she was terrified when she had you. Oh, man. I don't think I was meant to be here.
Hey there, Nolan. I got a question.
Yes.
During the engagement we had, I noticed, well, you expressed it's a bit hard to fight a dragon. And I've got some ideas in my head of how I could help you, and I was wondering, if you had the ability to think of something to help fight a dragon, what would be best for you? What would make it easier?
If I had to think, it'd be the ability to fly.
You see,
Sprout wings like my good friend Hawkins, who's probably dying to a bunch of people right now, with my friend Father Adams.
Oh my god.
well, we'll get Father Adams back, and we'll make
He's so
sure
far
Hawkins is
away.
all right.
He's so far.
Remember, we've got those Mage Doom portals. We can get back.
I feel as though leaving another plane, I might forget about him.
You ain't gonna forget about him. Trust me.
Yeah.
But
He's so much like other skulls, though. There was nothing ever different.
well, Well, I mean, I saw him when you pulled him out. It was adorned. It had a lot of work put into it.
We hadn't quite started. It was more of a soft touch to it, but eventually he's going to be grand and he'll be different.
Well, that's why we got to get him back. We can make that happen.
And Hawkins too.
And Hawkins too. Yeah. So
If we
that
have time.
I'm gonna bundle it together now. You're gonna be able to fly with Hawkins. I'm gonna make it happen.
Well, one day. Other than that, I'll just continue to take the harsh beratement of everybody else. Did you think do you think Owen's gonna get us killed?
I can't put a good answer to that one. I don't think was he directly going to get us killed. I don't believe so. But
do you think he intends to save his father or dispatch him?
Absolutely. From what I've gathered of Owen thus far, it doesn't seem like he would make that immediate decision to kill his father. I think he would hesitate and try to save him. But then again, anyone would for their flesh and blood.
I met his father in that dream, and I don't think he can be saved. I think he's gone.
Well, it'll be up to Owen to make his choice, and
that's what I'm worried about.
Well, we'll just have to look after each other then.
Right.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to ruminate on Hawkins and Father Adams. I know that's a lot. But if you need anything, I'm here for you, all right?
Subtlety on the whole flying thing. I don't want it to stand out or anything. I'm more modest. Yeah. There.
Oh, I got you. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it Nolan-fied.
Right. Whatever that means.
Yeah,
Nolan Boyd.
What does that mean?
I've already got an idea in mind. I'm gonna get drawn. I'm gonna go back over here.
Well, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Can you leave your cat with me? I have to have a chat with him.
Leo, stay. Sit.
You didn't do anything out there, cat.
It just stares at you like it doesn't have any. It's just a molded metal face.
It's your purpose.
You failed me, cats. Do not do it again.
Why are you yelling at the cat? Leave him be.
Alani, you're the most, I guess, far traveled than the rest of us to other planes. Or you know a lot more than all of us. It's pretty certain this is gonna take us into Feywild, I imagine. Mm-hmm. Have you heard of anything? Like what we should expect? What dangers we might run into?
Well, DM, what check would you like me to make here? Because I probably know a lot myself.
Arcana, history, I don't fucking know. Nature.
Did I sleep through this class? Let's see.
Well, if it's going to be Arcana, it'd be a 23. If it is Investigation, it's 23. If it's Nature, it's 23. If it's Religion, it's 23. So
what you're telling me is you got a 23.
Yeah, there's only one intelligence check I'm not insanely high on. Where is that? One of them's not. One of them's not. I don't know which one. Well, anyways, yeah, it's pretty much 23.
I slept the class. I got
history.
7.
History is the only one that's not proficiency bonus.
Okay.
Because usually to me, history generally is modern history, but.
So it's your generic understanding of the Feywild. Really, if you're in a bad area, there's hags. There are evil forces in the Feywild. There are those elven kind. I forget what they're called right now, but they're not particularly good. They're normally chaotic. It's just a world almost a mirror to our own, similar but overgrown with nature, wild and generally chaotic, less lawfulness to it.
And so some things what we would consider morality is much more loose there, Owen. So that would be what I'd tell you. Unless you had a more specific inquiry, I mean...
I don't know what we're gonna walk into. I just wanted to.
Well, I would imagine similar to what June here and these fairies are, we will see quite a bit of that. Nature is very a powerful force there, so if we don't respect it correctly, it could be used and insulted and destroy us, so...
Animals. We're gonna see a lot of animals.
Animals?
I
What's this
imagine.
I hear?
Hello,
He walks
Sherman.
back up.
You're also very well-read and apparently very old. Though you don't want to display how old you are.
Right.
Mm. How much do you know about the Feywild?
I know it's difficult to get to.
Do you know much about what happens there, though?
All right, DM. What you roll like for Arlani? I don't know here.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, because we had a little discussion. Arcana, I guess.
Yeah, or history, or nature even.
All right.
Any one of the intellect ones.
21.
Alani,
Yeah,
that's
you're-
what
you're
you
about-
do.
You're about as knowledgeable about the situation as Arlani. Maybe less formally knowledgeable. Maybe
Mhm.
maybe Arlani experienced it more directly at some point. But as
Right,
far as
right.
general knowledge, you're about the same.
Well, I did hear a bit of the conversation y'all were having, and pretty much what Arlani said is spot on.
Lots of nature, lots of plants.
Yeah, it's
Flexible morality.
Evil and good,
It's-
that's for sure.
it's it just exists. It is just magic and fey wilderness, and there can be order, there can be chaos. It's just depends on whatever's in the area, really, and mostly it's gonna be fellas like June there and various other fey folk.
Definitely
Is it-
safer place to visit than, let's say, the Plane of Fire. That's probably one of the more hospital places we could go to. But just like
I guess-
here, where there's evil scenes here, that do bad scenes here, there'll be bad scenes there, and there'll be good scenes there. So it kind of
I
depends
guess-
where we are, where we fall, and who's interested.
Is it
Yeah.
safe to assume also a lot of animals then?
For certain.
If it's full of life?
For certain.
Owen
yes.
kind of grimaces for a moment. Oh,
You would be
that's
able to
great.
hear every monkey howl, every kookaburra call,
I'm gonna go see if
Every
I can
ant
get
that's
a...
marching.
I'm gonna...
every rhinoceros that just came
I'm
back
gonna
from the
go-
material plane from doing a
Uh,
mission, the horses that want
I'm
glory.
walking faster.
For glory,
Jump
brothers!
double steps.
For glory!
For glory! You
Tell 'em
know,
we're-
you know that group of horses, right? They're the talk of the town, the Feywild, right? They're all just like, we got glory.
You know what? They got their oats paid for by the bar or some shit. Cool. I'm gonna go talk to June and tell him we would like to have this meeting. I would like to talk to the spirits.
All right. Progressing forth, you enter the sort of wood and stone temple, and as you round the corner of this main obelisk, you can see June. He has his finger and he's tracing over some of the runes, but making alterations to them, which you watch sort of burn into the stone about this circle where the bark of the tree seems to spiral together.
I think we're just about ready out here. If you're ready in here.
I have changed the way. With this power, you should be able to confront your father.
The way is this the heart of the tree?
It's
This
just
portal.
the way through.
Okay, so you said something about us having
I'm
to
sending you
beat.
to the throne of spirits.
And that's where my father went?
No,
Okay. I don't.
that's where you can find the blessing of the wild spirits, if
Do
they
you think-
deem it worthy.
What do you think are the chances of that?
You watch the hand that he's like tracing with sort of shake for a moment and then clench before going back to tracing. I do not know. I haven't conversated with them in thousands of years.
I am my mother's son. That must stand for something.
Maybe it would. It could also... You are the son of the one who's causing damage.
There's a horse. He gives like a horse laugh. Yeah,
Who knows?
that I am.
Maybe they won't even be able to help without all their seats filled.
That, too, is my fault. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't mean to cause any of you harm.
No. It's not your Before you and Rumon met, another had abandoned their post.
Eyebrows go up.
In total, there are 6 spirits. Rama, Luron, Aramis, Shalboril, Rumon, and Zerafel. Rumon's departure was in response to the loss of their brother, Zerafel.
And where was he supposed to protect?
He reaches down to the ground and motions his hand, and you watch him cast Druidcraft, something you're aware of, and he makes not plants but fungi grow and blossom on dead plants. The cycle.
I see.
Damaged beyond repair, he abandoned the post. I don't know what he sought.
Can I have the names of the
Sure.
spirits one more time? So it's Zerafil.
It's Rama, the panther,
Okay,
Luron,
cool.
the stag, Aramis, the hawk, Shalboril, the fish, Rumon, the bear, and Zerafel, the jackal.
Jackal. Okay, cool.
Jackal.
Panther.
That one's definitely Nolan's.
Shabaril is the fish. Aramis was the hawk. And Uran was the...
Luron,
That hurts.
very close to Rumon, was the
Luron.
stag.
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. These are the first time Owen has heard the names of these the not even the council, the spirits, and like I think each one is like it not overwhelms him, but like each one kind of thunders in his ears for a moment. Because this is family of a kind. This is family he's never known before. And he'll nod and he says, "I'm gonna go call in the others." And he's gonna go get the others.
Wait,
He turns back.
Owen, I truly don't know if you're ready to face your father and the ally he has with him.
If we don't...
I am sending you through out of my own desperation. You very well could die. Even with their blessing, at the moment, if you were to fight him, I believe only half of you could survive. At best.
He looks back, half people dead. It's not... Do we have a choice? Do we have time? I know he's in there. I don't know if we have time to wait. If you tell me we have it, then perhaps we can get ready. But if you're in this much desperation right now, I can't imagine how it will be when we come back.
I have been confined to this grove for a year. This desperation is nothing to... You want to see reaches towards his head and sort of like pushes back the hair he has. I will open the way. God. Perhaps the spirits can aid you more than I know.
If we speak to these spirits, and if we decide that we are not ready, do we have a chance to become ready?
I would suppose that will be up to them. I can't hold the way open for long. Definitely not as long as it would take to speak with them.
Fuck.
You would have to find another way back.
You can't be stuck over there for that long. We have things that need to be done here as well. I just... Half of us? Is that what you imagine would happen if we tried right now?
In my memory, I push things along. I changed things till I lost control of it.
You went easy on us. That's what you mean.
You watch his brow sort of go upwards in like a sadder expression.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, definitely.
I hope you can make a difference.
They need to know what they're walking into if they do this. This can't just be my decision. I'm gonna go meet with everyone else.
Fantastic.
Everybody, stop playing with the fairies. Come on.
Who's playing with the fairies?
I don't know.
Who do you imagine to be playing with the fairies?
Celeste, probably.
Yeah, there it is.
She's currently clutching her head in a terrible migraine, pretending she's got shivers, and you see her playing with fairies right now.
You know, the fairies are probably laying like flower blankets over her, like these like woven plant blankets. 'Cause they're willing to believe it, even if it's an act. They're willing to
there
try
you go.
and help. So you yell at her to stop playing with them when they're trying to help her, so they scatter.
They scatter. Yeah, I am the buzzkill. I always am. Okay.
Head over to Owen.
June says that he has a portal for us if we wish to go to the Throne of Spirits. From there, we may get a boon, and then perhaps confront my father. He can only hold it for so long, so We can't change our mind once we walk through.
Do we know how time will affect? Is it going to go faster or slower?
I imagine it's faster, isn't it? Time goes faster in the Feywild?
I don't know.
You know, it can go either the way. It's not consistent, so it kind of depends where we're going. Maybe your friend would maybe be a little bit more knowledgeable about such.
Can I turn around, see June, and just be like, how dilated is this time when we walk in?
So after walking out, you walk back in.
I walk back in. I yell in from the doorway. June! The time, it dilates in other planes. If we walk in, what are we walking into?
He looks back at you from the portal, which he's almost at the bottom side of this sort of circle, this sort of almost full circle. Being that it connects directly to our plane via the tree, as each day passes in here, so does it at the throne.
A 1-to-1.
Okay.
He nods.
I guess we're anchored here, so time isn't a factor. Although, I guess it still is for us. We still have a day to go back. That leaves 2 days if we go into the portal. Now I have to tell all of you, June doesn't think we will do this without sacrifice. We might not be ready for this. If anyone doesn't want to go in, we all leave the tree right now. And we go back to our plan of saving Hawkins, of finding the rest of these artifacts that can help us, of defeating Severaz. And we leave this tree behind.
There's no chance to come back later. This is a once opportunity now, and that's it.
I think we might be able to come back. I don't. It's just
that's kind of important to know if that's like an option or not. I mean, let's be real here. We've known each other for how long now? 2 months. And how much have we grown over these 2 months? We've all grown considerably over this time.
I know we can come back, but I don't know if we'll come back to a situation as good as the one we'll definitely not come back to a situation as good as the one we have right now. It will only get worse, I imagine, as whatever my father's trying to do gains traction.
And I'm assuming we're not going to be able to speak with these spirits unless we go in, correct?
Exactly. Walking through to even have a chance to speak to them. We might miss out on that.
The spirits might tell us that, that it can't happen now. We have to come back later, So this is what June knows currently, but doesn't seem like he knows too much. So going there might not have any. We might not be able to confront your father immediately. I think that I see this more as a fact-finding mission than actually committing to confront your father right now, personally. Am I wrong? Does anyone else think? I mean, that's how I'm viewing this currently.
I think it's fair.
Okay, so if we can go there.
But, I mean, we've always had risk. We just took risk. Celeste is still suffering, right, from the last risk. It's never not there, Owen. If we were going to go ahead and try to stop Caven's father, how much of us do you think would live against an Ifrit? A powerful genie who has a whole palace of gods and stuff. We were certainly going to have deaths there.
Yes, but then it wouldn't be on my head that I got you killed.
Ah, so when the Solaire that was potentially going to come to bring thunder and destruction to all of us. So it only matters when it's your guild, not others' guild. That's one-sided. You see that, right?
I think he like glares down at Arlani, and like for a moment, and then he breaks eye contact and like looks towards the others. I just want you to know the dangers before we walk in, if we decide to go in. I am going to welcome any opinions you have.
I'm a little conflicted, Owen, to be quite frank. Because it just hit me with a flashback of when I wasn't ready to help Nolan when he was petrified. I took a sacrifice, and I couldn't use my higher power. But it was a sacrifice that I did willingly for him. And today, I took a really big Bryant for you. And I don't feel ready to go in. I feel weaker. And it wouldn't be fair for me to really give my all if I'm lacking at this current moment. And then she's just gonna concentrate on she's gonna like talk to you, Owen, but she's really talking to her holy symbol. But she's still talking to you, and she's gonna say, but if this is what you want and this is the path that's guided to you, then I will be there for you.
I'm going to look over at our last two party members.
The cat, Leon, and Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
Not Sherman.
Yeah,
the cat.
I look for what the cat wants to tell me. This is the most important opinion right here.
He's the tiebreaker.
It stares deadpan. Unflinching, unwavering.
Wise cat.
I just can't stay mad at you. I look up. Oh. Right. Well, are you ready? Are you ready, Owen?
Do you want the truth?
Yes, of course I want the truth.
Yes. I want this done now.
And what case are you going to bring to these spirits? What is going to gain their favor that you have to offer?
I was gonna have to lean on you, like I've been leaning on you this entire adventure.
Well,
We have the power to fix something right here, right now.
lean on me then. Tell me what you plan to do. Right here. You're not in front of any spirits. You're just in front of me. Tell me. What are you, Owen, going to do?
I'm going to undo whatever my father has done here.
And how do you plan on doing that?
I know what you're fishing for, Nolan.
I'm not fishing for anything. I just want to hear it.
If it comes to it, yes, I will kill my father. And I'm the roll deception. I don't think I have to roll. You can tell I'm very much kind of lying here. There is no... There's no confidence here.
Father, I've met him in a dream. Surprisingly. If he's anything like this dream, I don't think he's savable. But I could be wrong. You've known him more. Seems like he's very arrogant and full of himself, full of power, want and need of it.
He wasn't always.
I feel like he would brush you aside like an ant if it gained him more power.
Nolan, shut the hell up.
I think he would. So if you come to him...
You've met my father in a dream of someone else who hated him already. You don't know who he is.
I
don't
know
know
him
what
more than
he's-
any of these people here that have no idea of him.
A dream that was influenced by our own memories. It wasn't just June's interpretation of your father, Owen. Those were our interpretations of them as well.
Why do you have to bring such logic into this, Arlani?
Because we're going to be putting our lives on the line. You at least need to be able to put your life on the line as well.
My entire life, my father has drilled into me one thing. What we do for the Oxhorn name. For our family. I want to believe that he's still fighting for our family. But he upped and disappeared from Camilla, from Rose, from my stepmother. I don't know why he just up and left all of us. I want to think he's fighting for something for us, but I don't know if I believe that anymore.
Well, June's perspective is that he's betrayed your mother. Do you consider your mother part of your family?
I always have. I always will. But her, I haven't... All I remember about her is the hint of a smile, the echo of a lullaby that she used to sing when I was little. I've put that box on a very high shelf, and I haven't brought it down. What happened today, I'm still trying to sort through what I've learned today. That she's been dead to me for a long time.
Well, I'm telling you, you had the chance in a dream to speak with your father, and you didn't take it. And now you want to take us into reality and speak with your father. I don't think you have the intention of making any actions. But, regardless, I'll be here to watch and see what happens. That's my answer.
Okay. I think you know I guess you also have a say. Sherman.
You guess he has a say? He absolutely has a say. Why are you acting like this right now? I mean, I guess this is a very stressful moment from you, but who are you deceiving? Us or yourself?
I'm just asking you guys, you all, for your opinion. This is a group decision.
don't believe we're ready yet.
Okay. I did say if one person couldn't, we would walk. We leave for now. We come back when we were ready.
We didn't want to speak with the spirits beforehand.
It's the spirits and then into the Feywild. He has enough power to do a full trip. We can't pick and choose.
Got it. Well,
Okay.
June seemed like a knowledgeable warrior, or someone who's been guarding this place for some time. And if he feels we're not ready, and seeing what happened in that battle, I like to bet on sure chances.
Okay. Get ready to head out. I'm gonna tell June we are leaving. And I'm gonna turn away, go towards the temple. And once my face is away from everyone else, there is a look of relief on my face.
I'm gonna walk towards our Lottie.
Once Owen walks away, what does everyone do? Once Owen is out of earshot.
Why is he like this?
You fought bravely, Arlani. You did really well in that fight. I just
fought
want to say thank
bravely.
you. I just want to say thank you for when I was holding a very, very, very important spell. And even though I wasn't in the right mind, I saw that you were trying to veer that dragon away from me. And I just want to say thank you.
I disagree with the strategy I made at the end. I thought I could trap the dragon, but in reality I should have encircled you to buy you more time. It was...
No, it's
the
fine.
wrong decision.
I wasn't even thinking clearly. It's very impulsive. I don't have any words. I just don't like to see any of you guys get down.
None of us want to see the others go down. None of us want to, right? I mean, anyone here that wished one of us to actually fall they wouldn't really...
Well, I'm just...
You might have crossed your mind about me a few times. Huh?
Never, Nolan.
Yeah.
I have always advocated for your safety. Even, it's kind of weird, because now that we know that in reality, you just don't want to be here. But even then, I still want you to be as safe as possible. I still am unhappy that you made a deal with the Hells. It will eventually transpire and catch up to you.
But regardless, at least, and I'm talking to the group here minus Owen, at least I'm just grateful that I was the one that fell, not the rest of you. Because you guys have so much to live for.
I want to laugh, but feel so it's not appropriate. I might learning these kind of things. Well,
So that's what
maybe it's
were
for
you-
the best, though.
I'm just happy it was me.
So what were you doing the night you woke up and you were in my personal space, tugging into my clothing?
You know, these fairies, they're so
So
beautiful.
we're having this really great moment right now. It might be nice for you to, close the great moment by being truthful.
I really want your scarf.
Why?
It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
And my second favorite color is pink.
What's your favorite color?
You already know this.
Do I?
Rainbow.
Yes, you do.
Emerald green?
I know that. Yes. And I know yours is sky blue.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
See, I listen and pay attention.
I forgot if that was mentioned in game or if that was mentioned out of game.
It was in game.
I could have swore that was done out of game. Alright, well. Unless I forgot. All right.
Come on, Arlani, dementia.
You did it
Shut
as
up. -2 intelligence right now. You have no room to talk.
You did it as a campfire talk.
No, actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
wasn't?
It was at the day. It was the day. I remember this. It was the day that we were at your place, Owen, and we all had like our different rooms, and I had like a forest room, and poor Hawkins had like a blackout
That's
room,
right. Yeah, that's
and
she's
whatever.
right.
And then Arlani and I had a fight, and in order for Celeste to kind of mend it and just start a friendship with her, she asked her a question what her favorite color is. See, I pay attention. You see?
That's
Do I get
all
DM
right. Hold
points?
on.
Do I get
This is
DM
rare. Rare
Do I get
for
DM
ever
points?
sweet to catch someone else on something. Normally it's us catching her, so don't act like you're some kind of saint here, okay? Yeah, out of here. All right, but yes.
Do I get brownie points?
Yes, you have earned some respect points. Okay. Yes. All right.
Plus
Meanwhile-
1 brownie.
Owen, you sigh and walk back around the middle statue, which is broken, though you can tell the lower body was a female at one point. And as you come around the portal, you watch as the tree bark unswirls and opens, and there's this sort of swirling green energy to it. Leaves sort of spinning in its direction.
I see, June.
For the first time in so long, all the spirits will be back together.
You haven't sent out the call already, have you?
No, that will be on you once you arrive. I can't traverse it. I can only open the way. But with that seed you have, you will be able to summon them forth.
I've said this. No, I can't say that. I don't think I agree with you. I do not believe we are ready. There is things we must do still. There are ways we must first grow before I can attend to my father. I know you have held out admirably for a long time. Can I ask you to hold out a little bit longer for us? Uncle.
You can see he's trying to process it immediately. His eyes like dart from area to area, then focus on you.
If you want us to be able to succeed at this, I think we need a little bit of time.
And how do you expect to grow stronger?
We have been growing considerably strong. I've grown considerably stronger since I've met these people. We have been on missions and journeys in which my magic has grown almost exponentially. We are on a mission to save not only the realm beyond that portal, but this realm as well, the realm my mother is rooted into.
And how do you know the next thing you face won't be something that just wipes you all out? That you're asking me to wait for eternity to pass?
Because I believe in the people I'm traveling with.
When your father came, and I knew defeat was at hand, I desperately tried to take my own life to prevent him any access. I didn't have control of myself.
John,
No,
I need.
you're right. I do have a means of handling this.
What? No, just wait for us.
1
Please.
week's time. If you don't believe you can get stronger within 1 week, I'll close the way permanently.
Do you have a way for us to get here? faster if we are far away.
If you're strong enough, you should be able to.
Fuck. Am I gonna be able to level 2 times in the next week or so?
Week in character time, yes.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
like,
because
that's like
yeah,
months
because-
of play for us in real life.
yeah, that's true.
Let's see. 2 days back, then the teleport, and another day. So 3 days just to travel all the way back to the castle.
We're only gonna level once for defeating Ormabatar, at best. At
Yeah.
best, if that's what Box is intended. That's not 2 levels. Shoot! Oh boy! Oh, what do you think Box wants? You think Box wants us to go inside right now?
Well, I mean,
Already have plans formulating in my head.
in a week, I mean, we can get a spell of teleport, or we can get the way to get. But that's a week worth of. I don't think we can make it back in a week, guys.
Again.
We can.
Oh, don't ask me. I'm not in that room.
No.
Ah.
I think.
Oh, yeah, you're far away.
I think I have enough trust in my party, and I go a week. We'll be back in a week.
Shake hands on it.
Rocky montage. Let's start.
Everyone, start doing push-ups.
That's it.
We'll be back in a week.
Will we
So
though?
no.
His eyes just narrow as he looks at you, and you watch him turn around. The portal shuts, and he begins to write in Sylvan a single rune on the gateway, and it just says destruction. It's the equivalent to the Sylvan word for destruction. And you watch it begin to spark with magic and very, very slowly light up. It looks like it would take several days to finish.
Okay, we're in a hurry now. Time crunch. I'm gonna walk back and hope everyone's ready to move.
Before you leave, you can just hear him mutter, "Never let a knock play." He seems really mad about this.
No, yeah. Fuck me. Okay. Walk up to everyone else and say, "Everyone ready to head out? We have a week to get back here before that portal is closed forever.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's make it
Alright.
worth it."
Great.
Okay. Where to now?
Humpertar.
Hawkins?
No, back to Mage Doom was the new name of it. I already forget. And then we group with Lucic to head to Ormabatar.
Yes.
Okay, then let's do this quickly.
Here, Celeste, let me help you up.
Oh, thank you, kind Arlani.
Are you trying to get me to give you the scarf?
No, I just felt like
Oh, so you
imitating
don't
a
want it?
voice.
Okay. You know, all you have to do is just ask nicely, right? All you have
You
to
could
do is just ask
Or
nicely.
you could just give it to me because you're a great person.
Yeah,
Arlani.
see, that's the kind of stuff I don't like. That's manipulation. But if you just ask nicely, that's being humble enough.
Owen, dear Owen, as your party is getting up, ready to move, you watch the founts of magic that the fairies were taking from slowly just recede and dissipate.
Oh fuck! Is it being drained somewhere else?
It just receded back into the ground. It stopped springing forth.
I see.
You're getting the idea that this isn't just the portal closing. This is a scorched earth kind of thing.
Yeah, like he's gonna take everything down with him. And I look back towards the temple. My brow furrowed, and worried. Like, almost like I stagger behind everyone else as I look back, and they walk ahead of me. And I'm just gonna be like, "Don't do anything stupid before we get back, please." And rush to like catch up.
All right. Party pushes through the sort of brambled path that you came in through, and you begin to head out through the woods.
Oh man, we got here and we were here for like half an hour, weren't we?
Oh yeah, you guys weren't here for very long at all.
Oh my god. We walked like 2 days of travel for half an hour conversation.
Oh, I still need that magical. Oh my
We're not going to be able to find it. Not unless fucking Lucic was like looking for shit for us. I don't think he will be.
Fantastic. So, after hours and hours of traveling, eventually you end up a day's worth of traveling away from it. Or, well, you know, the half day to get there, then half day to get back before nightfall happens.
Close to the camping spot. Sorry, eating. We're close to the camping spot we used before.
Sherman's
Hey,
eating.
Yeah, he's like munching on a ration. Ain't too much further to go before we get to Curiathel.
Alright.
Did you guys want to push through then?
I need a rest.
I think for the good of the group, we should take a rest. I know we're on a time crunch, but
How much longer do you want to keep pushing? Like an hour or so?
How are we supposed to get back within this limited time? I can't teleport.
Sherman was able to grab the runes off of. Well, he said he was able to transcribe the runes used to teleport to the waypoint here. Do you think you could use them to bring us back?
I had been pondering with the idea, yes, if I did memorize it appropriately, but the problem would be finding a way gate nearby where we're going to end up. Because as I see it, we're going to go to Ormbatar, we're going to solve the issue there, retrieve the artifact for jail, and then we're going to use the scroll to teleport us back to jail. And then from there, we need to figure out what we're doing with the time we have left. So that would put us back up to where we originally met, near Selgon. So,
Okay.
I know of some structures that appeared similar to the way gates of Mage Doom, but they are very far from here. And I don't know the area of Selgant too terribly much. I didn't.
Do you think maybe we could loot some sort of scroll of teleport from either or Mage Doom or Ormbatar?
I definitely think that the one that would be most appropriate to ask that question would be Tibian, since
But
we
he
now
fucking-
have access to Curiathel.
He burned the entire library, though.
He does. That's just the library. There could be more things.
Maybe he can transcribe one for us.
It's possible he is a potent spellcaster.
I can ask him.
I have the material. Well, some of the materials, but
We do have to find. Yeah, Erlani is right, though. We do have to find a way back here quickly. I thought.
Actually, there is an amendment. Just to think about this. If we don't get back in a week and this gateway's closed, does not mean we still can't get to the Feywild, Owen. We still can get to the Feywild.
it is just harder. That was a very convenient way into the Feywild.
It would have to be through our own means, basically, but that is plausible. Planar travel is something that can be done.
If we're not back in a week, I have the sneaking suspicion that that tree won't be standing the next sunrise.
Well, what do you want to do?
We already made our decision. What we need now is to find a way back if we can find it. Keep an eye out for that opportunity. And Fuck, we have to do what we set out to do. What you guys said, we have plans. My personal shit can't keep us from doing that. Just keep an eye out for any opportunities we might have, and I'll thank you for that consideration.
I want to reiterate, this isn't just personal shit, Owen. It's the land itself. I may be assisting you for you, sure, but it's also for this place. Remember that.
Elman's gonna nod. Any chance you can get us a bubble today? Or a hut?
Now?
Celeste?
Or are we gonna travel for like 1 more hour or whatever?
No, I
How
think
you
we're
doing
gonna.
now?
I think we're gonna rest.
Alright. I'll cast Liam's tiny hut. As I start my gun. I start on the ground.
I'm gonna cast Alarm after the hut is made.
Owen's gonna see you cast Alarm, and you know what's gonna happen. Good baby.
Do you have to do that every time I do this spell?
That does seem like it'd be very annoying.
Owen?
Oh, I'm BRB'd.
I think he's pondering and processing everything that happened.
What a dick.
Now, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot for him to take in, Arlani. I know saying that to you is, you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I guess since no one asked kindly for the scarf, I'll just keep it hidden away here.
Do you really need to do that, Arlani?
All you have to do is just ask nicely.
Are you like waving the scarf over?
I'm not waving it. I'm just taunting your character with words.
You could just be a good person as a gift.
And I'm not a good person if I don't give it. I see. What manipulative word usage.
I never said that.
Wow.
I feel
but all you have to do is say.
Talking to you.
All you have to do is just say, "Can I please have the scarf?" That's it.
You're just not very compassionate, are you?
I'm not compassionate. I'm here to say I'm going to give it to you if you just ask. You know what? I think I want to wear the scarf again. I'm gonna put the scarf on and wrap it and tie it in a knot.
But Arlani, you're just so fashionably impaired. It had this
impaired. Your rudeness. My goodness.
What did I walk back to?
Arlani, may I please have the scarf? I actually have a thing I could work on.
Yes,
that I can use it for.
You may have the scarf. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
I untie the scarf.
I'll try to snatch it. I'll try to snatch it if he's giving it to him.
Oh my god.
Can I try to snatch it?
He's trying to help you.
You most certainly can try and grab it from them.
What do I roll?
Be a sleight of hand, I suppose.
Okay.
Don't make this the tone of your character.
Never mind. 9.
Not never mind. You try and fail. You reach out very deliberately to try and grab it, but Arlani just leans back away from you, and you land on the ground. A very greedy display.
I want to know the backstory reason this is such a huge aspect of Celeste's character.
I can't believe you just tried to again, all you have to do is just ask nicely like Sherman did, and it would have been yours. But since you're acting like a little spoiled brat, I can't imagine one of us wanting to give it to you.
It's okay. I don't need the scarf anyway. On to bigger and better things.
Here you are, Sherman. You asked for it nicely.
I'll put my hat on.
Insight check on Celeste.
She's full of shit.
She's totally. The Zorelli greed is still there.
That's still really bad, but I imagine I can still see it, yeah.
Sherman takes the scarf and he would wrap it up into a nice little pocket square, and
watch him.
He puts it deep into the backpack.
I watch the backpack and I stare at the backpack.
As he pulls out a sketchbook and begins to formulate some ideas.
It's a shame, though. It was a pretty scarf, but when
Is
I have
anybody
such
hungry?
sticky-fingered team members that I'm supposed to have my
I
life.
still have.
Speaking of sticky fingers, is anybody hungry?
I have rations, which I imagine would taste better than. I mean, no, I have
Excuse
rations.
me?
Thank you. I have rations. Thank you.
Okay.
If you're willing to cook, I would definitely enjoy a meal.
I wouldn't
been
call it
chewing on
cooking.
trail bread.
Call it cooking. I would just be. It would be more of food appearing before you.
That's fine by me.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and cast create food and water. What's the menu for today?
Spaghetti.
We'll do like a yeah.
There'll be some hot dogs on the side and SpaghettiOs.
What did we do last time, Olive Garden? I'll do like a Texas Roadhouse. And it's just like steak and burgers and like sweet potatoes. I don't know. And like broccoli and shit.
And all of it tastes bland.
Oh, this is this is a lovely spell. I adore this one.
You could just press it to take the food and make it taste better.
You notice that he has like he has a salt shaker that he pulls out and he puts a little bit of salt on it. It's actually just salt as he eats it.
I'm just gonna eat my burger.
No, I think Set's presentation actually can. You're right. Make things slightly more flavorful.
It can, yes.
It sure can.
I'm gonna let's see if I can add a little bit more zest then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's perfectly fine without it, but
So kind.
the food choices in hell are not very delectable, dear.
What did
I
you
can
eat
imagine.
if you ate?
Well, most of the time it was questionable food sources. So you didn't really know what you were eating, right?
You didn't ask what was in the soup, I imagine.
Soup, muck, maybe.
Through my research in the past, I've heard tales that it was you were kept on the verge of constantly starving, and when you were given food, you never felt full, or you felt like you barely had any to eat, as if you were constantly in a limbo of just.
Oh, so you ate, but you were never full.
Correct.
Oh, well, speaking of that, and then she takes a bite out of her burger. Didn't the dragon oh no, was I alive? Yes, I was. You know, something very interesting that happened.
Yes, you are alive. Really weird existential questions of these throwing out in the middle of a dinner. Am I alive?
No, I mean, at least it was like conscious. You know, I heard failed.
Oh, you mean the dragon's comment? Failed mage.
Mm-hmm. I heard failed mage.
And she was looming right over you, Sherman, where you were.
It's incredibly odd.
I mean, you wouldn't happen to know anything about that, right? I insight him.
There's nothing to insight. You insight if he tries to lie.
I ready insight.
That's why. DM, I'm going to pretend insight myself in case I ever want to roll it, just in case you need to know, okay?
Yeah.
He's gone.
Shut
We don't. Oh yeah, he did BRB.
We don't know much about you. Would you be willing to share some things about yourself? Like, that is a unusual comment, and then your age. You seem to really dance around that topic. It has gotten the wheels in my head just kind of turning some questions.
Mm-hmm.
Surely a person like yourself that craves knowledge knows the predicaments that I'm in, right?
I can understand what's happening in your situation, yes.
What is your what is your input? How old are you?
Well,
Are you over like centuries?
I can tell you. I'll tell you this, just to put a stop to the pestering. I'm older than other elves.
Oh, okay.
Like twice the age, 3 times the age,
Hmm.
10 times the age.
That's a question that you need to ponder.
I'm pondering very hard right now. Have been for a while once this started coming up with Sherman. I've seen the pattern.
Yeah, you've. I don't need to explain this to you, Arlana. I know who you used to work for, what you did, as you stated. So you should have an idea of capabilities of people when they're long-lived and are able to work on things. You know what limits there are in this world and what limits cannot be broken.
So
You know that everything that has a cause has an effect.
There's supposed to be limits, but some people skirt around those limits to very
Sherman.
questionable means, right? Cerberus is a great example of this. He is immortal, is to the myths that we have uncovered, but his entire species died to do it. We could consider him like a lich, right? Is it something like this for you? Are you...
I'm no lich.
Right. But are you perhaps like our friend Nolan here and can't quite die?
Hey, are you eating? Is Sherman eating?
Yeah, he's still eating. He's
He's got a
Okay.
stack of ribs. His mask is up, but he just kind of floats the rib to his mask and somehow magically...
So then let me ask you this, Sherman. Since you're older, I'm assuming there's a lot of things that you've seen over the past years.
You would be right.
Does that worry you, living for so long and seeing the world changing?
It's terrifying. It's terrifying not having the capabilities to reach out and affect things. Terrifying not having the power to do so. But here I am. And this is my lot. And I have to do with what I have to make my dent where I can.
That's what I was gonna say. Not my place to judge, but you have tried to, I guess.
What are you
mend
trying to
what's
ask?
breaking. If you've been mending what's breaking. No pun intended.
I try to do more good than harm. Now, have I done harm in the past? Yes. I'm not ashamed to admit
I think
that.
we all have.
I think she's trying to ask if you've done enough harm for us to have heard about it.
No. No one should have heard of me.
There.
That's alive?
You guys happy?
No, I mean, so we were trying to ascertain how old he was and then to determine what maybe would have led to such an abnormal life expectancy. Sherman's rebuttal is, well, Alana, you've been around long enough, you know that there are quite a plethora of methods to do such, and that's true. It does not help narrow it down. I've already came to this conclusion, honestly, because of how much he tried to avoid, how strong he avoided the topic. But if he's not gonna relent, then, I mean, I just have to keep being imaginative. Eventually, maybe I will find out. But let's focus on the things that you really can't avoid then. This failed mage comment. What's that about?
He's eating his ribs. Silently. It's a sore spot.
And that's not something you want to share right now.
He's eating his ribs.
Owen's gonna offer you some elven wine that is already
You
halfway
have
gone.
wine?
Yeah, it's the one I got from the airship. It's already halfway gone.
May I have some wine?
Owen is a bit sauced right now.
He'll definitely take some. There may come a time where I tell you more of my past, and I have not told anyone, not even my previous protege, of my past. But then again, he was only after what I knew at the time, and so I skirted around that topic. With you all, given how open you are with what's going on, and I respect that, I may eventually tell you of my past, but for the time being, it's not really pertinent to the situation.
It's whenever you're ready, Sherman, don't worry. And I just give him a pat on the back.
And at some point, I'm sure it will become pertinent. It always does.
Mm-hmm. So, who's taking watch?
I'll...
What?
I
So
actually
that's
don't
just
think
taking
I
all
can.
4 watches? Boys, that is one champion of a watch. Alright, so that's good luck on watching all night by yourself.
I will. Okay, whatever. I was actually going to invite you if you'd like to watch with me, just for.
No, so that's you need
However long.
you need more sleeps than anyone.
I'm fine. I'll be fine. I
You
need the low time anyway.
You suffered more than anyone else tonight.
I really did, didn't I?
I would rather that you gets the most sleep.
Don't worry about it.
And with Sherman being able to, with his elven legacy, being able to cover half the watches, we only need 2 watches. So even Nolan doesn't have to take a watch. It can be Owen, me, and then Sherman.
I have finished a lot of... Yeah, sure. I can watch.
Oh. Oh, I'm in the bubble. Oh, it's fine. I'll recast it again. I'm gonna step out of the bubble.
Oh, what?
I just need some alone time right now. I need some alone time.
Could have just ushered everyone else out of the bubble.
What?
Oh, that's true.
Why do you need
We just got kicked out of this damn bubble.
Why do you need alone time?
I
What?
completely forgot. I forgot. Thank you, Vox. Can I redact?
No, you walked it out. You walked out.
I'm getting up. I'm like, I need
So
some alone
that's-
time. I just need some alone time. You know,
For what? Why?
To talk to her demonic patron, obviously.
Not demonic.
Alright, well, I mean, I
she didn't say nothing
understand
to
having to report the findings.
She has to go kill a cat or a cow or something.
I know, right? Can you imagine?
Fantastic.
Sacrifice. I'll cast it again. You guys will be fine. And I'm just gonna step away from the group.
Okay, fantastic.
She's probably learning how to steal a scarf, Sherman. You better be on your guard.
Well, then why don't you go see if you can listen in then, Arlani? Go see if you can suss out her plan.
Greater invisibility.
I could spy on her. I could. But
I could cast it on myself too.
But I have a feeling that is just underhanded in the situation.
Well then, there you go. There you go. Now where's that fucking wine?
Okay, I'm gonna find like a little rock, I'll try to find like the flattest rock that I see, and I'm gonna take off my holy symbol and just place
Smash
it on the
it
rock.
against the rock.
Jesus.
I have incense that I never knew I had. So I'm gonna take out some incense and just put it just by the rock. And she's gonna say a prayer to Ilmater.
Alright, sure. You do what you vaguely remember from your temple days that you would do to convene with him. And early on in your training, you felt the connection very well. You were granted power. You were able to manifest miracles via your spells. Now, though, it feels dim. You come to the realization you're not, since having left the temple, and joined up with these people, the embodiment of Ilmater that you used to push forward is not what you've been doing recently. You're not showing the qualities that were expected of you in the temple, and as of such, you have found yourself to be more distantly connected.
Oh shit. You know what he means by that, right? Please tell me.
No, I don't. I know out of character. I don't know this out of character.
Oh my god,
know
it's a red flag, lady.
Let me pray. I pray.
You pray.
And I'm gonna try to channel my energy through the holy symbol, and then knowing the information that I know now, and she's going to say, I know you can hear me, and I know the situation that I'm in right now. We haven't spoken in quite some time due to recent current events that have been happening. But I at least want to let you know that I want to thank you for you continuing to be the strength that I needed growing up, and the strength that I have to awaken going forward. You've given me so much wisdom in the past, and for the fight that we have today, I feel weaker. I don't feel like myself. And I need you. I need you to continue to bless those that are lost, and to those that need your guidance. And as each day passes by, and these people that you have placed to me in my life, I just want to say that they're the closest thing that I've had to a family in a very long time. And I would do anything to make sure that they're okay. And what I said was true, that I'm just very grateful that it was me that went down for Owen. And it was me that I took a big chunk of my power for Nolan, and I will continue to do so for these people. And with you guiding me, I feel like I get the strongest wisdom that I've ever felt in a very long time. And in this moment, I just want to say thank you for just continuing to bless me. And she's just gonna like turn around and look at them, and then just look back, and she says, bless them as we persevere.
Close your eyes. You are brought back not to an image, but a memory very early on in your life, when you had first wandered to the temple after your accident, we'll call it, as to not say too much. And it was some of your first days of teaching, after they had taken you in and cared for you, where you would ask a question like, why do you worship someone so beaten up, so scarred up? Why is your god so attacked? And it would become this teaching from your original temple like priest. Who was like, my child, the reason he bears those scars is to protect the other. He gives those who are downtrodden, the slaves, the abused, the tortured, hope that they can rise again. He takes on their burdens. an altruistic god. One filled with empathy for even us mortals. That is why we give aid to all those who come. And your priest would motion to you, remind you that you showed up, orphaned, alone, cold, wearing only a single outfit that you had when you were brought in. You were reminded of your beginnings when you questioned your own faith before you were taught all of these things. And then you were brought back to the cold sort of area you're in. You can see the forest around you. You notice off in the distance all the creatures of the forest seem to be moving away from the tree. You look back and you can see your party. They seem to be gathered up and enjoying the food you made, but you seem somewhat disconnected from them in a both literal and metaphorical sense at the moment. Meanwhile, back at the group, while Celeste is praying off by herself, just barely out of sight, enough so that she can turn around and see you guys through the trees, but it's hard to tell what she's doing. Her food has bland and coldened already.
If we have leftovers, put them far away from wherever we're camping.
Don't want a bunch of gnolls to appear out of nowhere.
This isn't chicken parm, you're fine.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, it's ribs! We're definitely gonna get gnolls.
Or hyenas.
Or hyenas. Or, I don't know, big cats of some sort.
I mean,
looking about the woods, you are very aware. Like, you've seen the birds and even bats in the sky now that it's late. Everything seems to be leaving the direction of the tree. As if nature itself is getting a warning.
Yeah, of course I noticed that.
do we hear the occasional screaming of a family fleeing from the tree? Oh my god!
No.
Like, at least does Owen hear the chipmunk
No,
family
I
fleeing?
feel like it's a sad evacuation, not
The
a...
howler monkeys.
The most Owen would get, it would be a single deer family where it's a father and two children, no mother. Who knows what happened to her? The children are,
What happened to her?
the children are like, Father, where are we going? And he's like, I don't know. We just have to get far away from it.
I think Owen notices all the animals leaving and takes another swig of the wine and just kind of thinks to himself, I'm such a coward. It looks like it won't be too loud tonight. It looks like most of the animals are heading away from where we just came from.
Alright, but Owen, did you want first watch or second?
I'll take first. I'll start us off.
Very well.
I can at least do that. Who am I waking up? Who am I waking up though?
I'll take second, and then Sherman can cover the last two.
Good to me. Slept.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So we do need Celeste to come back and
Celeste.
mix the bubble again. I mean,
After you're brought back to that memory, you do, come to your incense burnt down a bit.
When she comes back, do we notice she's even more tense than she was before?
It's up to her. Celeste?
I don't feel anything from the holy symbol?
No.
Like right now, I don't feel anything?
No, like I said, in fact, you feel less than normal. Your connection is more dim than it's been prior to all this.
I'm gonna get up, put on my holy symbol back on. And she's just gonna walk back to to the group, and her mind is just gonna be just reimagining the scene that was presented.
Celeste, are you going to remake the dome?
Yeah. I cast a tiny hut.
All right. After 11 minutes, I think. We've done this a lot.
Yeah.
The dome reappears above everyone in its sort of translucent, celestial body sort of appearance.
Celeste, you look tired. Just take a rest.
Thanks. I'm gonna lay down and have my back facing. I'm gonna lay upside, just looking at the stars before I go to bed.
I don't think you can go outside, but I mean, you can lay.
I can look at the stars from here. It's like sky.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's like a translucent for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that way you can see the group of bandits surrounding it with crossbows.
Perfect. I think Olin just kind of looks worriedly on at Celeste during his watch.
All right. So, Owen, would you like to roll me a perception?
That is a 17.
Fantastic. Throughout the night, most creatures have cleared out. Your eyes catch one that is tragically unfortunate. You're watching a sloth, one of the three-toed sloths, very slowly crawl its way from a branch that's trying to get away from the tree.
Oh fuck! That thing's gonna be running my entire watch. I imagine it also thinks and very slow.
Running is an interesting term.
No, I imagine it thinks or it talks very slowly as it runs.
It's not talking because it seems rather alone. It's just slowly crawling.
Okay, fair enough.
About to be somebody's meal is what it's about to be.
All right. And as your watch passes for the first hour, you take in a deep breath and close your eyes, getting bored of watching the sloth who reached the end of the branch and is slowly reaching for the next nothing.
Why are you so mean to the sloth?
Sloths are stupid. Just deal with it. And as you open your eyes, directly in front of you is a massive bear. Its face is white, but translucent and see-through. You are aware of who it is.
Yes. I think I scrambled for a little bit. I look around to make sure no one else is awake.
You are back in that familiar plane. This sort of water that is reflective. And it's at this point you've probably realized this isn't where they're bringing you. This is your mind. This is your mind.
Yeah.
So, yes, as the bear looks at you, he lets out a deep sigh.
We weren't ready.
Where does this cowardice come from?
We weren't ready.
Weren't ready.
We will be ready. We will be ready. I promise.
Oh, and do you remember the first obstacle we faced together?
The Seeker of Light? The false god?
A god. Slain with ease. What about after that?
A hag.
You defeated even me. You quelled my rage.
Those things weren't
After that,
Heimdall.
A dragon?
My
You
father's
didn't even lose
bigger.
a single person.
My father's bigger than a black dragon.
Only in your mind. Do you know why he was so impossible to defeat there? Because that's what you think he is.
If we do this right now, everyone will die, and it'll be my fault.
Owen, fate guided us all the way. Do you know why I chose you?
I still don't.
Because I heard your mother's... The others, they ignored it. But
I don't even know. I don't know why my mother even did what she did. I haven't.
You have to
What?
ask her yourself. That's not something you can accomplish if you leave now. June intends to destroy the connection to the material plane entirely.
I know. He's not gonna wait for us.
And with that, your connection.
We might be ready. But I'm not. Okay? My group might be able to do this. But Nolan's right. I don't know if I can face him.
Then reason with him. He's
How?
still your father.
If I walk in there, attempting to reason with Heimdall, maybe Nolan's right. Maybe there's nothing left to save. And my words will mark the end of us. I don't know why he left the family we have back home and ran back here. I want to say that he's doing something for, but I don't know. I don't know. And I can't walk into that portal with doubt.
Oh, and at no point in your life can you have certainty about it. About many things. We fought God. A God. Who weren't certain if you'd survive. The dragon? That creature fought with far more intelligence than the one we fought in that memory.
He said he was playing. He said he was going easy on us. I know we don't have time. I know this is something if we do, we have to do right now. If I could walk away from them and walk into that portal myself, I would. But I know I don't stand a chance. And I can't drag them into this fight like I've dragged so many others into fights for me. I can't use them like summoned memories wrapped in magic that I use constantly. They aren't just dogs in a swamp to dry the tears of a little girl. They're real. They're a family I chose. I don't want to be their downfall.
And what if our very next fight is our own downfall? What if this Red Baron proves too strong? Will you be satisfied surviving that, knowing it wasn't what you chose?
No.
They're not here to be used. They're with you. We have traveled so far. Let me speak to my brothers.
What will they say once they know I'm the one that killed you? What will they...
I left
Boon
of my
us?
own accord.
Do you think they're gonna boon us after they hear that I was the end of the white-faced bear? After they hear my last name, Oxhorn?
Have you learned nothing of us? An ending is not the end. We all live in the cycle.
Fine. This isn't just about us. This is about more than us. I'll take that. I understand that. But I'm not letting any of them die. If we all walk into that portal, we're all walking back out. I have words to have with my father. This isn't the time to pussyfoot around. Will you be with me? At least?
Once you return the seat to my throne, the cycle will be renewed. We will be separated again. But I will be with you.
You know, I've never had a brother. I have 2 sisters. I didn't imagine this is what it would feel like. It's not half bad.
Just remember, Owen, your friends are not there to be used, and you're not only there to protect them. They're there to pick up the slack where you fail.
Owen nods. Once. His cheeks are wet. He tastes the salt.
Ugh.
As he looks down
Drinking
at
his
the...
own tears.
Well, whatever. He's not like slapping it, but he kind of looks down at the water at
The
his
water
feet.
seems to be in turmoil. It is in a constant motion that makes your reflection wobbly.
For a moment, he thinks he sees the others, but the water's turmoil steals that vision from him. And he looks up into the face, the face of the bear.
Once you return, this will be the last time you're here until you learn this yourself.
This is my own head, right? God, it's empty in here. And I feel this is like when he wakes up.
Yeah.
Did I sleep past my watch?
Yeah. Who sleeps 4 hours in this group? Does anyone?
Sherman.
Shermaine.
Shermaine.
You wake up naturally to notice everyone else is asleep.
Well, so much for keeping watch.
There doesn't appear to be anything around the bubble in your immediate glance. Owen fell asleep upright on his knees.
Well, at least he put in some effort. Whips out his sketch pad and keeps drawing on as he keeps a watch.
Why do you have the righteous Eldritch Lich?
I'm building an army.
But
You were
died
once
to it.
lion.
You died to it.
No,
You don't get ahead
no.
of it.
No! This is
Why
why.
is it righteous? Oh, the
Because-
righteous lion too. All right, everything that you pick is righteous. Fantastic.
Yes.
Why isn't it the righteous bit Sherman?
Who said Sherman was righteous?
Oh, fair enough.
He's less righteous than an Eldritch Lich.
The Eldritch.
The Elden Lich. Oldest of the Liches. Alright. Eventually morning comes and people begin to wake up naturally on their own. First Nolan, whose only other awake companion is a scribbling Sherman.
I set my hand on Eagle's shoulder, peek over the side.
You see, so you would see a very nice pair of boots, seemingly matching the style of your armor, almost as if he's been looking at your boots and like sketching, but making some more intricate attachments, maybe for comfort and better use in battle. But a distinct thing you notice is a pair of metallic, what appear to be wings on the sides of the boots, and a red sole at the bottom of one of the foots.
I see the schematics here. They look fantastic. What is that right there? Are those little wings on the shoes?
Yes, it's the thought concept I have.
Right. Because if you put it on the shoes, then it doesn't have to be on your back like most things are.
Right.
Ah,
It's something I saw before, and I figured I think I might be able to make something similar.
wonderful.
Just will need time.
All right. I'm really tired, but I'm waking up. Do you think I should wake up the others or let them sleep in a little bit?
Nolan, I think that's your call.
My final watch is always my favorite. Let's let them sleep another 5 minutes.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. Well, anyways, everyone's waking up naturally on their own at the moment.
Go back to bed. Oh, forget it. It's fine. Better wrap that up. Sherman, we have a long trek to make here.
Closes the book as he slams a ration pack down.
I assume nothing fantastic during your watch, huh?
Nope, there was not a thing. Well, actually, no, that was a lie. I mean, I saw a squirrel. There was this weird sloth as kept reaching for a branch but could never grab it. Very odd.
Is it still there?
No, it fell and died.
Oh no!
Sherman in the middle of the night would have walked up to it and shot it with a cure light wounds shot, and then walked away. So it just
All right,
left.
then it's gone. It's crawled
Yeah.
away by the time everyone's awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Owen wakes up with a start. Kind of go, and he looks around because he was supposed to be on watch and he didn't wake anybody up. And once he counts heads and everyone's okay, he's immediately grabbing his stuff, grabbing everything to. And as people are gonna start to head off in the direction of Mage Doom, he speaks up, and he goes, "Change of plan, everybody. We don't have a week."
Hmm?
You might have noticed the animals running. I don't think my
Animals
uncle
running? What
ever.
animals running? What are you
I
talking
didn't pay
about?
attention to them at all, actually.
Oh,
Who would pay attention to the animals running?
I noticed.
I noticed too.
I don't think my uncle ever meant to give us a week. When we started walking out, I saw him drawing a rune of destruction onto the portal in the tree.
But you saw this yesterday. Why didn't you say something yesterday? Why did you wait
Because-
till we walked like half the day away? Now we have to walk a half.
I'm sorry.
I miss
Okay.
Caven. I used to rest on him. I know, Alani.
I'm sorry. I
I
tried not to think about it. I thought denial. I thought maybe I don't know what I thought. I could tell myself we had a week, but I know
All right, so
and
we
I'm
don't
telling
have
you
a week. Well, so then,
we're gonna have to
what
go
about
in.
your ambition with if the rest of the group wasn't ready to throw their life on the line?
I'm still putting it out there. If you don't want to go in, you don't have to. I'm going in. I'm going in no matter what. You don't have to walk in with me. We aren't ready. I'm not ready. But I'm going in anyways. Because I don't have the time to postpone this. I have to be ready, and so I will deal with whatever I find there by myself if I have to.
And now I'll follow you in.
I look to Nolan, and I say, yesterday, I wasn't able to give you a clear answer on what I'm willing to do. Now I can tell you I'm willing to do anything that needs to be done.
That's all you had to say.
Okay.
Nolan grabs him by either side of the head and crushes it. That's all you had to say. You're evil now.
You guys don't have to come with me. That's
No, we
all
do.
is true.
No, we absolutely do.
I mean, this is. I'm going to follow you. It's just like I said with Celeste. All you have to do is just ask nicely, and you can have what you want.
See, it seems to be an issue.
Okay. Alani, will you go into terrible danger with me?
Of course. What is this reaction? What? You also are coming. Wait a minute. What are these double standards?
You're all coming as well. What the fuck are you guys on about?
Oh, it's just so nice. It was a wonderful moment.
Are you tearing up?
Just a little bit.
I hand him a handkerchief.
Oh, this is such a Kodak moment.
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm gonna start grabbing my scenes.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking towards the tree as you guys get ready and like kind of hopping from foot to foot, kind of impatiently.
All right. Hold on. Calm
And
down.
Celeste, don't forget, you are still allowed to just ask nicely. The scarf could be yours.
Where
Lies. You don't have the scarf anymore.
I don't, but I'm sure if you asked Sherman nicely, he would give it to you.
Would I?
If she asked nicely, I'm sure you would. It's only one way to find out, Celeste.
Oh, fuck
Isn't that
me.
true? We'll leave that to a mystery.
You
I
are
can't be-
so stubborn. What is?
There's other things that are crowding my mind right now. Sorry.
Like what?
None of your concern.
Obviously, it's now my concern when you answer it's not your concern.
Like fixing the Feywilds. Let's get going, troop.
There you go.
Saved
good
by
going.
Sherman's elusive skills. Alright, alright.
Sherman, what did you?
I have a ton of money, but I haven't. Oh crap! You need stuff for greater restoration, don't you?
You need, yes,
Greater
50 gold of
restoration.
diamond dust or diamonds, one of the two.
She needs storage.
100 gold of diamond dust.
I have 100 gold, but I'm wondering if I would have been proactive enough to get diamond dust.
Just
Well,
take the diamond you have and shave off dust.
Can I do that?
Yes, you
It's
can.
it's a
Yeah,
diamond.
Sherman, can you take 100 gold worth of diamond dust off of this, and I give you my Revivify diamond?
Let's this.
It will make
Well-
the Revivified Diamond lose its...
Yeah.
You lose quality, right? So it's going to...
You wouldn't
Yes.
be able to revivify
wouldn't
with
be
it
able-
anymore.
I would not.
No. Don't do that.
How
Celeste-
many diamonds do you have?
No. Not
Yes.
for Revivify. We can
we
find
have-
another diamond.
We have two.
Well,
Celeste has one,
so
and I have this one.
we are going to
Okay.
use Greater Restoration more than once. So if this diamond becomes the diamond to make three Greater Restoration casts of Diamond Dust, then so be it, right? And
So
then
be it. It
How
just
much,
means that
how much is that diamond worth though? Because did you buy a diamond worth
300.
Okay,
300 gold worth.
Yes, then
So
grind
So
it
it
down to
becomes
300 gold worth
three
of diamond
uses
dust,
of greater restoration.
or 300 gold worth of diamond dust. is what
Yes.
Yes.
Which
okay.
means that then I can't
Cast.
revivify people, but Celeste still can.
Yes, and then you can use the diamond dust now to cast
Yes.
greater restoration up to 3 times.
Yes.
right. Well, I mean, what's your plan with the diamond dust?
I'm gonna heal Celeste. I'm gonna make her feel better.
Are you sure it will work?
I don't. I mean in the high 80% maybe. It's not a physical thing, but something is dragging her. She does have a wound from dying in that trial. And I owe it to her to at least try to heal that for her.
Right. I'll do this for you, but I mean, if it doesn't work, then well.
And I fucked up. But at
All
least yeah.
He whips out his tinkering tools and gets a file and a little vise. This is gonna take me just a little bit, so everybody keep packing up your stuff.
Okay.
He gets like a little cloth and sets it out, and it takes a little pan and begins.
Your tinkering tools can just count as other tools, right?
Yeah, I have the right tool for the job, and so I'll make like jeweler's tools, which I am proficient with.
Then I'm gonna need a jeweler's tool roll, I guess. That would be
Excellent.
probably some amount of dexterity, nimble fingers, I guess, right? Who
And be
knows?
careful with that. Here, give you guidance.
If you get below a certain roll, you might not be able to produce 300 gold worth of dust. Who knows? Maybe you'll lose some. Maybe it'll file wrong. Anyways.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Arlani.
Oh fuck me!
It's all right. No, it's all right. 'cause
No,
it's not an
luckily
instant
someone
hit.
was helping you. For
Five,
crying out
five.
loud.
yeah.
I mean, someone else who is kind of
What's
good at
that
jewelers.
roll? What's that roll for? I'm curious.
So is it? Do I have help?
Well, I mean, we have to figure out who can help you. I
No
can't do
way.
jewelers things.
No.
And there were no help stated prior to the roll.
All right. Well,
Oh
here's the
my
thing. I
gosh.
also flash of genius.
Okay,
And-
so you can
and-
flash.
And so what stat am I rolling? Is it like a? Is it just Dex?
I'd
Dex.
say this is dexterity, yes.
Flex Dex. Okay.
With
So
your
Dex.
proficiency in a jeweler's kit because you have the right. tools
right.
for the
So this
job.
is going to be okay. This is still
And you have
good.
a +4 from your guidance. So
Alright.
what's the total roll?
That is an 18, all things considered.
No way! Out
Yep.
of that, that's fucking
So
crazy.
I have 4 Dex plus 4 proficiency plus 4 from the guidance plus 5 from Flash of Genius.
Damn.
All right.
Okay.
And
That's pretty good.
after several tens of minutes of work, a careful filing, you flick down multiple magnifiers on your goggles.
Ching.
You're able to produce a pouch of diamond dust, which you believe has not lost any value from the original diamond.
Hey.
Oh, bam. Okay. Woo.
Right. Here
Okay.
you go. It should be 300 golds worth of diamond dust. It may be like 299.1, but it's close enough.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to cast Greater Restoration on Celeste.
I just want to read. I'm going to read the full wording of Greater Restoration before I make a call on this.
Yeah, no problem.
Mhm.
Celeste, you feel stupider.
No!
You've lost another 2 intelligence.
I would have -2 intelligence. Oh, I have a pit in my
Okay.
stomach.
So she is under the effect that can any reduction to 1 target ability score. So you can. With
I can
this
only
greater
do one.
restoration, You
I
can,
can only do
do
one
one.
ability score.
What?
Yes, 1 of her ability scores you can improve.
Yes.
Wisdoms are most important.
I imagine. Yeah.
Even though this is a whole mental thing, greater restoration specifically states it can any reduction to 1 of the target's ability scores it can cure.
Yeah.
So
So
I
I can't
So-
do all 3, but I can only do 1.
Yeah.
I think she needs
So-
a charisma help because she's really
Yeah.
not doing a good job.
I think she
on-
needs intelligence.
Charisma.
Yeah. So so she'll still be stupider. It's just that she'll be more in tune with God.
I guess. I get to choose which one, or I get to choose which one, right?
Yes. You're the
I
caster.
imagine, yes.
Or do you just want to roll a d6?
No,
and then
no. You,
Ah!
just choose. Just choose her wisdom.
You're
I'll-
torturing me.
I'll give her back her wisdom score.
I swear that charisma's not doing good, man. She's not willing to
No,
concede.
I think it went back down even further after our short rest, after our long rest.
So then my
Alright.
wisdom is back.
Yes, as this magic is channeled through your being, though you can still feel the scars on your psyche of what happened.
Uh-huh.
Whether it be this magic in particular, or just believing that your friend, is there for you and willing to make sacrifices to help you, you do feel your ability to connect with those spells return and not feel so diminished. Maybe out of your own fear, who knows?
Okay.
So your wisdom's back to whatever it was.
Yay!
Okay.
Greedy creature.
I always
Maybe
did
she can
say
resist the Zorelli greed now because she's got more wisdom.
If she
I don't
wasn't
know.
able to before, it won't matter now.
I did say I would be the one to help you. I did say I would pay for this if I had to.
I have like a psychic shock just.
Okay. We can head back to the tree.
Oh, I run and I flick my arms at Owen and I give him a hug.
Oh,
And-
you don't. You don't-
I
Oh,
hold it.
do you
Thank
see
so
that?
much.
Nolan, do you
Thank
see
so
that?
much.
She's hugging Owen.
Are you?
Oh,
this one
it's
going for, are you jealous?
strictly plutonic.
So,
No, I think Zesmol is there.
Orlani's so jealous.
I'm not jealous. What am I jealous of? No, that's cute. I knew
You know,
he
you
called
could
you
just
sweet for a
nice.
reason.
You know, you could just ask nicely.
I'm not. Ask nicely about what?
For Owen accepting your hug.
well, that's gladdening
Let's-
that it did have an effect. So that's good.
That's
and
all
now
I
the
needed.
two
I'll
of
be
them are
fine.
closer together. That's so cute.
Oh my god.
I don't get any say in this, do I?
No, you don't. And I just
Why don't you guys ship fucking Nolan and Sherman? God damn it!
Well, his name is Eagle.
That's true. It's true. I do
We
go
even
by
have-
Eagle.
As
Oh my
I
God.
as I give Owen a hug, I'll give him Vigilant Blessing,
Robot.
and I'll see if that.
So
You give me
him
what?
Vigilant blessing, which I think
Oh,
Vigilant Blessing.
you have advantage on your next
Initiative.
initiative,
Okay.
I believe.
Yes. Well, cool. We head back to the tree. I imagine the tree is looking worse than before.
Oh no! What you see is these veins sort of running up the tree and splitting the bark that have this sort of bluish greenish energy that are seemingly tearing through the bark. You can watch them slowly progressing upwards.
Oh, Uncle.
Yeah, that doesn't look too good.
Couldn't even wait.
It's
If,
only up about 1/7 of the trees. Maybe
Okay.
he was intending to wait. Maybe it's just whatever's gonna happen requires things to leave now, or else they'd be
Yeah.
caught up in it. Who knows?
Okay. Fuck it. Let's go.
And
I
now
don't even.
back
I
we
don't
go.
even look. I don't even look at the airship that is strung up right now as we pass by it. just straight down the path.
Sherman definitely does. that baby's getting fixed.
Sure. There's so much I can do with you.
Oh,
Just wait for me, baby. I'm coming back.
It's a free airship. It's just laying there.
Cool. We walk in. Do we surprise June?
As you return, he's sitting there, but no one is healing his scar this time. He seems to be alone in this grove, and he's sitting at the far point right before the stairs, and he goes, "There's no way you've gained any strength."
Probably not. But resolution, definitely.
You've only come to buy more time.
No. I've come to say I'm taking this the entire way. I'm not backing out from this. Please open the way. This
And
ends
why would I
today.
trust you this time?
Because I know what needs to be done. I might have hidden from it before. But I know there's no other way. I have people behind me who are willing to fight tooth and nail. We've overcome horrible odds before, and we're still here. We'll overcome this.
And you all feel the same, knowing your deaths could come.
I think Owen stiffens. Because anyone can just say no.
Well,
We're here.
If we're not doing this for Owen, we're doing it for the world, spirits of this place.
all right. Owen, roll me a persuasion with advantage.
What? Let's see if this works.
Not great.
Not
Flash,
great at all.
flash of genius, as Sherman spices up your words.
Yeah, sorry. That gives him a +5.
Yeah, you have a hype man giving you +5.
All right, so 14 plus your modifiers for persuasion.
14, that's an 18.
Oh,
Man, all right.
18.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. He as he listens to this, he looks back at the rune. You see him grip his staff with both hands, and he goes to speak again. And suddenly, from Owen, this massive, like, sort of astral pod bear roars out, and he stumbles back.
I'm not the only one who will be going through that portal.
Fine. He stands himself back up. I will open the way again. If you don't return, I intend to close it.
If we don't
If I
return,
have to decide between allowing monsters like your father to have that power, or to make sure no one in this plane ever does again, I will choose the latter.
and I'll tell you that's a good choice. If we don't return.
Then be quick. Come. He walks inside the temple.
Oh, jeez.
Thanks, Sherman. I never was good with words.
He nods.
It made me a horrible businessman.
You got time.
Oh no, we could all die. Who knows?
No.
Optimistic Sherman.
That's what
I
he's always been
greatly enjoy that first half of this session was just me gathering the courage to do what we should have done in the first 5 minutes.
All right. So as you all progress towards the gate, you watch as he holds out his hands and channels forth a magic, and the spiral bark begins to unspiral back until it opens. The rune, though, you can still see is burning there. It's just sort of floating in air above the portal.
Do we duck under it? I don't.
All right. I've opened the way to the throne of spirits. Through here, if you can garner the rest of their gifts, maybe you'll stand a chance.
We'll see you in a little bit, June. We'll be back.
He walks over to you, Owen. I suppose I have a lot of birthdays to make up for. He grips his staff, but then open palm holds it out to you.
I look at it.
If you're going to save this tree, take what little I can offer you until the other side.
I think this makes up for most of them. And I'll
It just gives a +1 to like.
I'll undo the rapier that's on my side and let it clatter to the floor as I reach up and I take the staff.
All right. It unfortunately requires attunement.
Woo! Let's go!
It unfortunately acquires all 5 fingers.
That's why you use your other hand.
After that, he
It does require 2 hands though, doesn't it?
No, it's a quarter
No.
staff. It can be wielded versatile. It has versatility. One
Okay.
hand or two. After
Okay,
that,
cool.
he sort of just steps out of the way, reaches up, and just holds onto the fur part of the Zarelli he's wearing. The portal is before you, swirling in its majestic and fey nature.
I nod to the others and walk into the portal.
Lonnie grabs her hood, pulls it over her head, and then goes through the portal.
Everyone else leaves the tree.
Good luck! I just look over at Sherman and Nolan. I'm like, who's next?
Why not you?
More than welcome.
You're
Go
not
ahead
here.
there.
I'll go in with the cat. Can I go in with the cat?
You know what? Sure. Go ahead.
I mount the cat and we go in together.
Your legs dragging on the floor.
The cat struggles to carry you in.
I'm not that heavy.
You got
But
armor.
you're wearing armor, you're heavy, and it's a creature that I think it's the same size as you. I don't think it's
Yeah,
small.
it's the same size. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just dragging you in. It's like dragging across the ground. You can't mount this animal.
If you were a small creature, absolutely.
Make yourself smaller.
Well, we just go in.
All right.
And we'll make that -1 to good use.
Sherman and Nolan, you're the last two. You can see that rune burning slowly, very slowly still.
Well, all
Come
right.
on, Nolan.
Better watch your back.
You first.
Nolan has a history of doing bad things when left on the other side of a portal by himself.
Shall
so
we?
true.
Shall we?
leaving
Shall we
leaving the Cambion to the hag.
Also attacking something right before he leaves because he just wants to.
For
Right.
you, Nolan, I do have a bad history with portals.
Me too.
He'll walk on in.
Nolan, you are left alone with only June on the other side.
The last one.
Oh, June.
And you attack him.
You're no longer have your staff.
I will just wave to June, and then I'll go in.
All right. As the last one goes in, the portal shuts on this side of the plane. And on the other side, first Owen, then Orlani, followed by a cat dragging itself across the ground with Celeste on top of it. A horrible sight, really. Then Sherman, who comes in kind of prehensively looking around. You stand, and then lastly, Nolan, you stand in a wide open area where trunks, not as thick as the World Tree, but massive trunks are carved out into these sort of almost throne-like structures. They have backs, but it seems to be an open area where things would have gathered, though it's currently empty. Welcome to the Nine Hells!
It's all hotter in the Feywild than I thought it would be.
The sky above you has a reflective sort of greenish tinge to it, and there's heavy vines, but it is a clear open sky, and you can even see creatures flying high up in the air. Seem to be birds.
I think I feel strangely comfortable here.
I don't know why you announced that to all of us here, but understood.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you guys were still back there. I'm sorry.
No,
sorry.
I'm right next to you. I came only
fuck.
within a second.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought you guys would hesitate more. Okay. It looks like you said we could call them all.
How? How do we call them?
I pull out the world seed. This, I guess, an offering, and it calls them in.
So do we just use blow on it or something? Is it
Bury it.
it's like a horn? Is it an
There
instrument?
does seem to be a middle sort of audience area between the thrones.
Oh.
You guys are standing kind of at the far end of a large circular area.
So
So
guess-
it's not so defined. The circle seems to be opened in every direction. You see off in the distance some massive mountains.
is there a
Is
pedestal?
Is it like a pedestal or like a
Stump.
place to offering?
Yes, in the center there seems to be this sort of rock that has like this chiseled swirl in it.
Looks like that's a good place to put it.
All right. Let's go do a quick detect magic. See if I see anything.
There is magic all about, but you do see this swirling pattern that goes out from the rock connects to these 6 massive sort of stumps, each of them seeming slightly different. One of them has scratch marks all over it, like large sort of scraped marks along the sides, and it comes to more jagged points. Then the next one has like charms and similar Dreamcatcher-esque structures on it, draped all over it. It seems ornate and ordained. Another one, you see the top of it is built more like a roost. It has feathers and belongings that would have been gathered or given as offerings in a sort of structure that goes outward from it.
Mhm.
The one after that is very barren. It only seems to be the tree, and even the back of it is broken away. It's
Did
just
you
an
say
open-
Baron?
No.
Ha ha ha. Owen takes a D4 of psychic. No, I'm kidding. No.
After that, there's one where the oak seems the thickest, and there's these sort of gnarled, sort of circular patterns going up it, and on the front of it seems to have this white sort of painted sap that's sprayed about it. And then the one after that, you can see it looks like it's decaying. There's mushrooms growing along the sides of it, and the middle platform itself seems to have this sort of mushier texture to it rather than the solid.
That's clearly Nolan's. Space.
Nolan's.
That's not for someone to sit in.
No, that's the one he's gonna get booned by. He's gonna get the fungi one, clearly.
Well, one of them isn't coming, which I imagine is the jackal isn't coming. Okay, I'll step up and looking back to see if we are, I guess, ready. I'll set the seed on the
As you
pedestal.
step on the middle, like as you step on the middle and start to open it, you watch the magic glow outward and begin to connect. It's already starting before you set down anything.
Oh man.
And first you hear a loud, like, sort of big cat sort of noise off in the distance as it comes bounding through the woods and lands on the furthest to the stump to the right.
How big is this big cat?
Gargantuan.
Oh gosh.
Oh god.
It's like
They're
30
massive.
feet, 40 feet tall. How tall?
So tall, kind of hard to define with
Because they're on all fours.
quadruped.
Yeah, but
A
let's
quadruped?
go from foot to shoulder height for now. What do we got here? What's the
All right,
height?
so let me just do some quick equivalency. A bear is 4 feet on its fucking all fours, and then like 9 feet standing up. So they double in size when they stand up. So he'd probably be about like 18 feet to his shoulders.
That's
maybe.
still fucking huge.
Yeah, they're huge. They're
Jeez,
gigantic.
and so it's basically almost 20 feet tall from foot to shoulder. And then how long is it? You're saying it's like 40 feet long?
Yeah,
30.
yeah, basically.
Good God. Oh man, yeah, that thing could definitely eat you in one bite. Okay.
Yes, they are absolutely fucking
Yeah,
massive.
this is what I need an entire fucking platoon to fight one of these things.
All right. Next on the list, you watch as the winds swirl and grass begins to form, and much like how you summon your fey creatures, the next is the stag to appear, and it's in the one with the dream catchers and the ordained seat, and
The
it is
harpy in the
slightly
background.
bigger. It is slightly bigger than the panther.
Oh, it's
It is-
large.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. After that, you hear a loud, like, sort of eagle's roar in the sky, and a shadow blots out before landing on the roosted one comes a bird. It is the smallest so far. It is probably not even gigantic. It's the size beneath gigantic.
Huge then.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna have to talk, aren't I?
Yeah,
I'm
duh.
so sorry,
You
guys.
better be the
Dirty,
ones to be talking. This is
No,
about
I
you.
know. I'm just gonna say sorry for whatever I say and roll with my
Oh, the
charisma.
stag is so pretty.
After that, you watch as the one that's made barren, water seems to flood from the ground underneath it until it spirals into a floating orb. And from inside of that, it sort of just unmaterializes from what looks like shifting colors until a fish appears with a long tail sort of waving. Also about the same size as the hawk.
Right.
Can I say I cast enhance ability on myself before I walked up? Like in
You can do it while they're summoning. It's
Just do
taking
it now. It lasts an hour.
I'm doing now.
I'm giving you guidance.
Yeah, I'm enhance ability charisma.
Guidance. Give you guidance.
All right. And the last two giant stumps are empty.
The last two, okay.
So the jackal and the bear are not present.
Well, the bear's kind of
How could the
present.
bear not be present for his own proteges? I mean, jeez, Owen. Some adopted
I want
father.
you.
I'm like in front of the pedestal with the thing in my hand, huh? Or have I put it down already?
It's up to you. You're holding it. They just started to summon, so you cast a spell on yourself, knowing it was probably gonna help you. And the order of your friends here. Sure, the dog is underneath. Celestia's killing it. I mean, crushing it.
I got off of it. Oh.
But as the last one summons, the stag looks from one side to the next.
Oh.
You know him to be Lurin. And then he looks down and goes, "Ah, the mortal-born child."
Oh, I am Owen, mother of our, or child of our mother. Fuck.
Speak quickly, and deliver your words so that I may devise your punishment. says the panther.
Black Panther.
Heimdall Oxhorn has secreted away into the Feywild with machinations that will destroy both of our homes. I need your help and boon to correct this. The world tree is dying. I hold in my hand a seed that may help us. If you have any way that we can use this to help my mother.
The stag sort of looks at the seed, and then the fish speaks up. I do sense something in that seed. Familiar, even. You say that seed can help us? Lies! The mortal born is here for his own volition.
I'm here.
We should announce his punishment and allow jurisdiction to be carried out.
I'm here to help all of us. Listen to me, please. We're siblings of a kind. I want to protect our world as much as you protect it right now. June opened the doorway for us to talk. He needs help. Let us help him together.
Help. The Lurin glances from Rama to the other two, and then back to you.
He said you might be able to give us a boon which would help our chances in defeating Heimdall.
He seeks only power. I knew it.
No, I seek a way to repent for what the Oxfords have done. He is my father. Let me fix what he is trying to break.
Would you
I look towards the
seed before us?
I gingerly put the seed on the pedestal.
Lurin's eyes seem to glow for a moment, and the seed floats over to him. You watch him lean down and look it over. One seat on the council filled, then.
What?
The seed floats over to the bare spot and is placed down at the center of it. And you watch as it sort of cracks and blooms.
Ruma?
Though it is astral in appearance, the bear is now there.
Owen kind of...
He's significantly smaller. He's smaller than the fish, even.
I didn't... Oh. With your seats. One seat refilled. I'm sorry I can't do anything about the last one. But our need is dire. If the Council of Spirits can help in any way.
Young Owen, you come here asking for power.
No,
A means
not power.
of defeating your father.
I'm asking for help.
And what you bring is one of our own who went out of their way to aid you already. You don't understand, do you?
I didn't
You're
understand.
on trial before us.
Owen's words are like cut off as soon as he says that. There is a look of panic.
You, who have been brought with him, can any of you speak on his behalf for what he is? The person he is?
Oh, I'm fucking dude.
He has never once shied from his duty.
Step forward.
Fuck.
Alright. Owen, you are ushered back as Arlana, you take the stand, the proverbial stand now. Before all these gargantuan and huge creatures.
Oh, don't.
You were saying he's never shied away?
From his duty, yes. What needs to be done, he has taken the actions necessary. He has put himself in harm's way to help.
Can you prove that these actions were not taken with his own benefit in mind?
Aren't we all selfish to some capacity? You can always manipulate logic and rule to make it so that it's self-serving. Even you here are serving your own agendas. There's no way not to do that. But he still put himself in danger. He saved me when we fought a god.
Could you elaborate on the god?
Very early on in our
fish speaks up.
very early on in our travels, we fought a divine-based creature that proclaimed itself divine. It definitely had capabilities that were above mortal, and it was enslaving and enchanting an entire town into pacification. And we helped liberate those people who were being used against their will. We stormed their palace, Owen taking charge, and we confronted this creature. And when it would not see to reason, philosophically, blows came to be. And in this scuffle, I and our colleagues, who Owen was present, were knocked down numerous times. And I remember as we were nearing the end, I was brought unconscious. Later did I find out Owen spared me. As this was very early on when I barely knew him. Back then I thought he hated me.
Do you believe, in your heart of hearts, it impossible that he would side with the force you are about to face?
I believe that he will do what is necessary to do what is right for everyone, not just what's right for himself. He has demonstrated that.
They look from one to the other when you say that. And what of you? What would you do with the boons of the wild?
Is this directed to me or to the group? As he look
To you. The Panther seems to be speaking to you.
I will do only what's necessary and return the gift back as soon as I can. If you are able to see my soul and my real person, I don't want to be seen. And such gifts would have people come hunting me.
Very well. Anyone amongst you, do anyone else have words they can speak about Owen Oxhorn.
God, Nolan going up is very scary.
Yeah, no.
Nolan Oxhorn. I've heard.
Nolan,
I
do you want to
walk
go up
up.
and speak?
I
All right.
walk up.
No, you're
no,
last.
no.
Please be last. Oh God, no.
Fuck. I feel like
Oh.
Owen goes to grasp him, maybe hold him back.
I just grab Owen's shoulder and just give it a strong little grip as I walk
Squeeze.
by him.
Nolan.
Don't worry, I got this, Owen. I'll bail you. I'll bail you out. If he's gonna get you 8 feet under.
His tone is pleading in a way you've never heard before when he says your
great
name.
and wonderful animal spirits and fish. I am Nolan.
The fish seems to be a bit taken back by your remark, looking upset.
Fishy.
I have known Owen for some time now. And, I have so much to say about him.
Owen's hands are covering his face.
Do you
So-
believe, deep down, the truth to be that if Owen were to come to blows with his father after receiving our gift,
Of all the people that ask this question, of course they're gonna ask Nolan.
Continue.
he wouldn't side with him?
Listen, Owen, though he has trouble shrugging off his noble past and indulging himself in the luxuries of nobility, having trouble setting aside the finer details of life, he is indeed a very powerful, on his own, arcanist. He saved my life many times. He asked for no rewards. And he has shown that he has an attachment to his family, but feels betrayed by it. And from...
Then he seeks revenge.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think he seeks to find his true self. Amongst everything that's been put on his plate throughout his life, he wants to carve out a piece for his own. Now, if that's selfish, I wouldn't say that. I would say that's more of a necessity for life. I had my doubts, but lately he's shown me that he would do whatever it takes to protect you, even though you put him on trial here.
And what of you, one who reeks of undeath and even the hells? What of you? What would you do with our boon?
I don't
And
want
what
your
proof do you
boon.
have to show
I
you
don't
being
want
abused?
your boon. I don't need it. I have more faith in these individuals behind me than I do of you in front of me. So, I reject your boon, and I don't want it. And if that solves any sort of mystery, so be it. But I tell you, I've seen the tree, and your tree rots. And I, along with Owen and those behind me, are seeking to cure it.
There are those in this council who would see the way closed to your plane.
All the merrier. Maybe it's perhaps we don't mingle anymore.
And there are those in this council who would disagree.
And there are those who still hold on to their ties, aren't there?
Step back.
Sure.
One more wishes to speak on his behalf.
You don't need them, Owen.
Oh,
as I walk back.
Rumon
What?
cuts in front of Celeste.
Oh!
Giant bear paw just flaps her to the side. No, it's my turn.
As you all aware, brothers, sister,
Brother Bear.
long ago I had departed when I heard the whispers along the winds. I have spent more time with Owen than anyone here. I believe he has bloomed, undergone a transformation. I believe if we help him, we can return the spirit to the tree. He is not a monster. He turned around despite fearing this. He is not here for your gifts, nor his family's right. He came to fix the mistakes of his father. Even June believes in him now. Bruh. Roman. You... always listening to the whispers. How can you tell those whispers are not the words of a devil in your ear? I believe them to be, or not to be so. Everyone questions him suddenly. Oh, devil! Because I believe them not to be so. I believe the Spirit Mother reached out to me. It reached out to all of us. And you are too blind and vain to answer the calls. Those amongst you who wish to cut off the material plane, you forget your purpose. We were guardians. Rumon speaks truth. We were made as guardians. We were meant to love the material plane and the mortals that live on it. But they betray us. Use us. They don't deserve us anymore. They don't deserve our gifts. You watched as they turned spirits into weapons. It is true. There are those amongst them who use the gifts to defile their lands. But it's not our duty to decide whether or not that means all of them lose. My brothers and sisters, June intends to close the way through, to disconnect the Fey Wilds from the material plane.
Can I take a step forward?
Yeah, of course.
I think Owen takes a step forward. I am son of our mother. When I knew her, she was named Kira. I am brother to all of you. You are all guardians of the wild and of nature. I simply ask you to allow me to become a guardian as well. Please. June wants to cut the material plane off from this place. That is not balance. That is not what my mother would have wanted. We were supposed to protect the land, and I want to finally do what I was supposed to.
I should rip you asunder where you stand. Enough! Roma, your words do not speak for the entirety of the council. We will deliberate. Aramis, you've been silent this whole time. The bird glances down at all of you. Its head sort of tilts and turns. I have yet to garner any sort of affection for him. Nor do I feel malice. Perhaps I just wait. Whatever my brothers decide, I will join them. I don't sense any change amongst this. The winds seem calmer now than ever before. Then we will deliberate. We will decide then. Ruman returns to his post on the large stump.
Do we step away from the pedestal in the middle?
That's up to you.
Yeah, let's get away from here for a little bit.
We will communicate and then inform you of our decision.
Yeah, I think I would like to take a couple steps, amount of steps back to feel safer.
You watch as one by one their eyes just start to glow this sort of bright green, and they're clearly having a sort of mental conversation.
Yeah, I turn back to my party and I go, fuck. I'm so sorry. I didn't know this. Oh, fuck, I fucked this all up.
I hug him again.
So let's dismount the metal cat.
No!
There's a scrape of metal. She dismounts metal on metal.
Oh, no.
I didn't know this was a trial. I'm sorry. They'll just whenever they find me, you guys can go. I mean, you guys had nothing to do with whatever shit I did. I'm sure you guys can just walk back through the portal once they
just
decide what to do with me.
Owen, have just a little bit of faith. Everything.
I want to start to laugh, but I look over at Celeste, and
I've gone through enough.
Yeah, she is like so solemn here. I cannot make a snarky comment to that, and Owen fucking shuts his gob.
At least in your trial here, there are some people that are on your side. And not just us.
Yeah.
So
Not only that, you also spoke honestly and truthfully to them.
You are noticing, by the way, that while this is going on, from the forest, fairies, satyrs, and even some Eladrin have gathered around the outskirts of it.
Jeez, Eladrin?
Those are the ones with the hooved feet, the cloven
Satyrs
feet.
would,
Yes,
yes.
that's for satyrs, yes.
Sherman has taken a knee and has not his sketch pad out, but the pad that he seemed to have written the arcane sigils for the Waystones. As he's peering at each of the creatures, he's seeming to be frenzied writing notes.
Eagle, are you alright?
Yes, just making remarks.
Alright.
After
Arlani. Wait, I just. Oh, okay.
They're different than I would have expected.
Wasn't expecting a fish, that's for sure.
I thought this dog was beautiful.
You knew not of Shalperil?
Yeah, not one with nature at all.
And just,
Aww.
I mean, the animal spirits have been written down in texts.
Don't read children's books. You remind me of somebody.
No.
Oh.
no.
You're not talking about Kata, right? Because Kata is a good man.
Carter's an asshole, and I'm going to prove it one day.
Nolan, you're an asshole.
Okay, well, that's a given.
Alright, back to my notes.
Arlani, I just wanted to say you didn't have to say those things, so thank you. And to you too, Nolan.
I'm always here for you. Oh,
It's hard not to.
Oh, we're so cute. Oh.
For the record, I would have spoke, but it didn't seem right.
Nolan.
it's alright, Eagle. Your silence was all telling.
Celeste,
They
I
were
tried.
truly
do I see
intimidating.
Nolan and Owen
I-
getting together? What is this?
Of course,
Huh?
we're the closest we've ever been. In fact,
Oh. Owen gets shipped with every member in the
I
group.
hate this to my very core.
After a few more minutes, suddenly their eyes, one by one, stop glowing, and the fish speaks up. Owen, step forward.
I cast one last look at my friends before I walk up.
Guidance. Give you a nice good pat in the back with a guidance.
Thank you.
You can do it.
We have
I'm here.
deliberated. Roman has shown us a lot. What you face. Your intentions are. But
Oh,
we are still concerned. Before
And-
we can grant you any boon, the last member of the council must be reunited.
The jackal.
Therefore, in order to test your resolve, your ability, test if you, even with our boons, are capable of persevering, we
you want me to find Zarafel?
find him. We know where he is. You are to convince him to rejoin the council. The way will open to you. If you can complete this task, we will deliberate with the full council. Though, if you fail, or show another path along the way, Rama has decided to be your watching eye while here. If he sees you so much as fault, he has taken it upon himself to carry out your execution.
You said you know where he's been. You all could have talked to him. Why hasn't he come back? What could I say that all of you haven't said?
We cannot reach him.
Fine, then I will.
Then, Aramis will be your shepherd. The bird lands down, its massive talon claws sort of gripping into the earth. Climb onto his feathered back, and he will bring you to the rotted land.
Is there only room for one person on his back?
Oh no, there's not. There's room for everyone.
Oh, thank God. Okay, looks like we're flying, people. Can you make the cat into like a suitcase?
Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
It's what no one's been waiting for.
Owen, be careful. Zerafel has changed.
You know what? It's good to see you. Like, actually see you. And I nod at Rumon, and I'm going to get on the back of this giant fucking eagle.
Is this my boon?
And Owen, understand. What you're going to face could be just as difficult. Don't take this lightly. I believe in you.
God
I
forbid.
heard the whispers of your mother. I know it to be true.
What did she whisper?
For me to trust you.
Fucking box, you've made me cry this session.
There you go.
Celeste cries almost every session.
All right. So,
Hey, I cry in every single campaign.
since the dog can't mount it, the hawk picks it up with one of its talon feet.
Oh,
Crushes
nice.
it.
I'm sure you can fix that. Sherman.
Oh no!
I'm sure you can fix that. That'll buff right out.
Oh, sure, man.
No. As for the rest of us, we will return to our domains. Ruma, or Rama, I suspect you to judge harsher than the rest of us, but remember the council's decision. The panther glares at him for a moment. A council divided, missing members, a spirit that spent time. I will carry out my duty as promised. But understand, you speak a divided voice. And nature is wild.
The panther turns around and leaps out into the woods and seemingly just vanishes, as if going invisible.
Gonna come stalking you.
Oh, can't find a happy family anywhere, I guess. Okay, if we're all ready. I keep trying to steal glances back at Rumon.
Rumon looks concerned, as if he knows what the rotted lands means and what awaits there.
Aramis, how far away is our destination?
Oh, only a few minutes if I fly fast. Can you hold on?
Sherman is backpack Leo.
We sure
Has-
can try.
Good, then he doesn't have to grip Leo with his big talon foot.
Yep. Is right, I'm ready to go.
As for the rest of you, your choice to aid your friend is taken into account. I do not speak now for any council, only for myself, and for the serenity that nature embodies. But I have faith in all of you. I would very much like to see our worlds connected.
As do I.
The fish remains silent. He doesn't want to say anything to you. He hates Nolan.
Yeah, fair enough.
And with that, the bird raises its wings, which kind of squeezes you guys for a second together, and then flaps off, and you are all hit by a sudden gust of air as it takes off. But-
You're
but
all
you
so
hold on.
beautiful. Your skills, your blue skills are marvelous.
Bye, fish.
Luron, I love you!
All right.
Can a fish blush?
No, and it doesn't. But as you're flying on the back of Aramis, he begins to, or she begins to speak again. You know, your challenge was chosen specifically to kill you.
I understand.
It was the only way for us to get not Ruma. Fuck, I forgot his name.
Rama.
Rama. It's Rumon and Rama. Rama on our side.
They feel like siblings who are born too close together, and we're like always kind of paired up, and so they fucking hate each other. As we're flying.
Him.
I understand you expect me to fail.
No, I have no expectations one way or the other. Like I spoke before, your arrival has made no changes on the wind.
Then you wouldn't mind telling me, or at least informing me, why Zerafel left.
Some time ago, he spoke in detail about the cycle being flawed. Something was wrong. He spoke of change, and I was the only other one who felt it. The winds rattled hard that day, like a tornado tearing. He told me that something was open, a mistake, and that it would bring damnation, destruction, ruination. He used a great many words, so many that he bored Rama.
You felt it. Have you felt it lately?
Yes, at times a similar wind has blown. Not too long ago, in fact, a harsh gust.
I look back at my party to see if they grasp that link.
Zerafel is close to the cycle. He believes that something will break. He has been hard at work, so much so that he's ignored everything.
So he hasn't left his dominion. He's just taken care of it very, very.
Oh. No, don't be mistaken. He is somewhere we cannot get him. You see, in order to make a change in the winds, he contacted mortals. He, through sacrifice, has made himself an avatar on the material plane. We'll need you to destroy it.
You need me to kill him, his avatar.
Return him to this plane.
That isn't convincing him to come back. That's straight up murder.
Once he has been reborn, the cycle, and he will be there on the couch. And that's what matters. He is not fulfilling his role anymore. Driven mad with fear, perhaps?
We'll do what we can.
You will do what you can. I believe that. But what can you do? What can all of you do?
I think you're the best of all spirits, Flying One.
He can't smile with a beak, but you do hear like a smile. Like he's satisfied by that remark.
She
is, yes.
I could do lots of things. I can use divine powers. I can put my body in harm's way to protect. I tend to exist for the protection of others.
What do you know of hags?
I've met one personally.
Here, up in the sky, even the Ama's vigilant eyes cannot make out what we speak of. May I inform you of the darkness you are going to face? The land of rot. It is where the hags are made, where the children are eaten, where those who dabble in the witchcraft are brought to endure their horrific transformations.
Sounds like a wonderful place. That sounds terrible. Why would this place exist?
Because it is part of the cycle. Nature is not good nor evil. It is not life nor death. And it is not alone in the wide range of planes.
It's there because it's necessary.
Is there anything you're afraid of going forward?
I'm afraid for my other flying friend Hawkins out on material plane, alone.
Even in this situation, you fear for another. That's charming.
I hope he's okay. He has someone else with him. Important.
I fear for all of you if we can't help you right here, right now.
We are almost there.
As we're up high, what does the Feywild look from this high up?
You can see that there's areas of ocean which are wild, and you can see areas even on the ocean where like the plant life reaches the surface, and it seems to go through varying kinds of oceans. And but what you're heading towards, it seems to be this sort of vast swamps with deep ravines that are filled with just sort of, you can see bones on the wall, blood, other dark things. This is very much the darker side of the Fae. You're entering something.
I feel like there's a smile on Owen's face as he sees the oceans and the forest, and then like as it turns towards the rot lands, that smile just dies. Okay. We're ready, right? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
I mean, of course we don't. Yeah. We're obviously ready.
Yeah.
The bird suddenly spirals downward, and the wind gets a lot worse for a second, but it slows before landing.
Oh no, the scarf! It's gone! Oh no! Gone
You didn't even
forever in
have
the
it.
Feywild!
Yes.
Oh.
May I
Just
offer
being
you
mean.
one last word of warning? Out here, even the Eladrin have become darker.
Alright.
There's
The
nothing.
land seems to be in a perpetual winter.
There's nothing safe here. I gather. Thank you for your warning.
Find his corpse, travel through the Waygate, and slay him on the other side to begin the cycle anew.
Oh gosh.
And the bird flaps its wing and takes off, leaving you in a dense swamp.
I don't know if I like all my new brothers and sisters, guys.
I think they seemed wonderful.
And so some of them are quite cool. The fish is pretty.
I think the stag is pretty.
Alright, so Celeste is claiming the stag. Owen wants the fish.
I don't want the fish.
Nolan doesn't want any of them.
We don't get to keep them.
Eagle obviously happens to get the eagle, right? Obviously.
Makes sense.
Oh.
The way they channeled energy and magic, it was interesting.
Okay. They said we had to get to a waypoint.
The least amount of time we spend here is the better.
Yes.
We endanger
Should
ourselves
we
with numerous other threats, so let's get moving.
Should we stealth?
Stealth?
I mean...
You mean approach quietly and carefully? Why do you sometimes, Celeste, like act like this is some sort of game? Like...
I wish I could quiet our footsteps, but I can't. I don't have that ability. I don't have that prepared. We're just gonna have to be cautious on our own.
Alright, so I will give
Okay.
guidance here to Nolan, who struggles with this the most. So Nolan, hopefully this helps you become more careful as we move quietly
I'll give
forward.
myself
Yeah.
guidance.
Yeah, we're gonna move quietly and towards the waypoint, I believe. So it's a waypoint, and then that will take us to him, correct?
Yeah, because he's going to be on the other
Okay.
side of the way gate. We have to kill his spirits to let it get out of there to come back and reincarnate.
Ooh,
Alright, so, Nolan, you have guidance. Use your guidance on your stealth, please.
I
Oh,
thought we were gonna.
fuck me.
I thought we were gonna talk him into coming back. I didn't know we were gonna.
Well, it seems like your interpretation was wrong. Whew.
Well, I rolled a natural 1.
So did I.
All right. So, anyway,
I got a 1.
Yeah, we are.
We're
We are
both-
very loud in the swamp.
I've heard 2 ones, but as you guys, have just landed off a giant bird, which was quite visible. Off in the distance, you see 2 lights coming in your direction, and they look like they're on a cart.
On a cart?
A wadron.
Oh fuck.
But as the cart gets closer, you notice it doesn't have wheels or even horses pulling it. It has horse legs on the side, and it pulls up beside you, facing forward, away from you guys.
And are there creatures on this cart?
There's none on it, but you watch the doorway suddenly open with a long, sort of gnarled hand.
Oh, what's a hag? Oh boy.
Oh, that's. I mean, we were immediately found by hags. We're not getting in this cart, are we?
Oh,
You hear several small feet as a creature pushes forward out of it, wearing a long dress and having several sets of small legs at the bottom.
Oh God.
Can I please rotate? Gosh, why is I must be lagging today, man.
You're lagging it up, man.
I'm lagging.
Oh
up.
man.
Yeah, okay. What is
I
this you
love
saw?
that picture you chose, by the way. That's
Jeez.
so good.
Oh, this is
That's
one
so-
hideous hag. Is this a hag?
It's
That's
so good.
ugly.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's so good.
Ugh. I like the hat, but look at all those feet. Oh my God. Those are like little nightmares.
That is so good.
It reminds me of little nightmares. I don't know why. Why are there so many?
Welcome, dear travelers.
Look at that. It looks like a centipede.
My name is Baroness Bornstein.
Bornstein.
Bornstein, okay.
Hello, Baroness. How are you?
Delightful, my dear.
Unfortunately, we're only passing through. We don't mean to get in your way.
Oh, passing through to where perhaps we can adjourn
No.
together in my cart.
No, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Oh,
I
we
travel around from place to place.
We were just told that we had to go this way, and that's the way we're going. We don't know really where it leads to. It's just that this is the way we have to go. So, unfortunately, it's not really it's this or that or tick for tack. But we greatly
thank you.
appreciate the offer.
Exactly. You're so
That way. Oh,
sweet.
yes, I know that way well, and
I intend to go that way, so if you would hop in, I can bring you to all the sites, and perhaps what you're looking for will be there.
Oh, there's no need. Your kindness is too much. We can do this ourselves. Please, we don't want to interfere with all the busy things that you do in
Do you
the
have
day-to-day.
anything to say?
I'm just admiring and just sitting back and just watching.
These fights are
everybody.
so hot. Fights are really so hot.
Obviously, I'm probably tripping over myself. I rolled a natural 1 on my stealth. I'm just like trying to just be stealthy, but not caring about being stealthy.
Have you not noticed her legs yet?
What's that?
Have you not noticed her legs
They're
yet?
only visible when she's walking, by the way. Otherwise,
She got
she's
them
thinking-
beat,
Catch
bro.
a glimpse of the leg? Do I catch?
She got them
by
beat,
the time
man.
by the time you fully pay attention to her, she's standing again, so the dress covers them. I
seem-
warn you, the swamps around here can get quite deadly.
You're
what?
Can I
May we inquire why you are out? It's such a. Is it evening, dusk? What is it like here in this timeline?
It is later in the day. This place seems to be very cold and under effects that it seems to be nighttime.
Right. This wonderful evening. Was the reason you are out and about right now?
Oh, I find myself just looking for pleasures in the world.
I insight that?
What do you? She's gonna be looking for pleasures. The pleasures that we might find and she defines might be a little different from one another.
Well, there's no way her pleasure's our kind of pleasure.
Right. Her
I think
pleasure
she's
might be
lying.
finding a kid and eating the kid whole. So
She
I
might.
think
Yes.
I don't trust what's coming out of her mouth right now.
No one
I don't-
should.
Is that her? She's lying.
Yeah, but like let's not do bloat rolls when they don't actually let us get extra information, right? So, what sorts of pleasures are you looking for? This is where she responds, and you can insight, right? If she goes, "Oh, there's so that's where you insight, right?
I'm looking for someone to speak to during my travels, even if it is momentary.
I don't like this.
Of course, the entire scene is supposed to be one you don't like. Yes, we're supposed to feel rather powerless here, because it's either we fight this woman or we somehow circumnavigate around her.
I don't like her. She's getting
Baroness
bad vibes.
Bornstein. God damn. That alliteration. He also picked like the most grotesque creature he could find.
Dude, this was so good.
Box, I don't trust her.
Carefully, that's what he wanted.
Which means that she is the most trustworthy character, actually. If you don't want to trust her, she has to be the most trustworthy.
I don't like her.
Alright, well, so the thing is, you have to think of a way to not have her be
What
hanging
is
out
she?
with us.
I think I saw
What did she last say?
plump children.
You're not gonna say that.
What do you
She's
say?
looking for
No, I'm
company
not.
to talk to, even if it is momentary company. That's what she's claiming.
Yes.
I'm sure a woman of your stature has such many
friends.
wonderful tales to describe to a plethora of individuals. No.
Of course.
And do I see that? It seems that you. I mean, how far away are we from her?
She gave you a good, 20 feet of distance.
Right. It seems that your wagon and your clothing, you must be relatively well off in these parts.
So charming of you to notice, dear.
And you said Baroness, right?
Yes.
So that usually someone that's titled and has land and servants, perhaps?
Yes.
Oh, it must have been quite a tale to become a Baroness. What did you do to earn such right?
Well, you see, far away. Now you have me talking. Could we perhaps
Don't be
travel
don't
and
be
talk?
shy now.
We
Don't
are-
be shy
I
now.
mean,
Come
we-
on.
We are going to head in this direction. That's what's going to happen, so... But if you're inviting us into your wagons, that I don't think is going to be the case, unfortunately. Some of us are rather, do we say, travel sick when they are using such devices.
Travel sick.
Yes, and we
carriage
would get
sickness
your
is
you
what
would get
they
your
say?
carriage so dirty. It's not even. It would be rude of us.
The horses, then, they're not to your liking.
There's not even horses, right? So
There's
carriage
there's
doesn't have
horse
wheels.
legs.
Horse
It just
legs.
has horse legs stapled to the bottom of it, right?
Yes.
Not stapled. They seem to be grown into the wood.
And are they organic or are they wooden
Yeah.
legs?
Yeah.
They're organic. Yes.
Good God, what monster! How do you think of this Nightmare Before Christmas bullshit? What is this?
This lady, oh my god, I just want to cut her open and see if she's gonna grow 3 heads. Jeez.
We might have to do that. If we can't get rid of her.
I can make
okay.
sure the ride is less bumpy. If that's not to your
No.
liking.
Listen,
She walks over to the horse legs, and you watch her
Can
hands sort of motion in a spell, and the horse legs mold together, and it becomes like a slug bottom on the cart now.
Oh, good God.
Oh,
Alright. So can I make like a nature check or something to determine what kind of
wait,
creature this
can
is?
I roll for perception and see if there's like nothing going on behind us? Like, they're not gonna like attack us from like whatever.
Oh, there's like
Alright,
goblins
so you're-
attacking us?
You're looking around, and you want to roll a nature check.
I want to identify this creature, yes.
All right, yeah, go ahead and roll me a nature. I mean, all your intellect things are basically the same.
History is my weakest, right? So,
Yeah.
but it'd be +8. It's 11. Not very good. Bad roll. 3.
Not great. She
Bad roll.
she definitely has all
22.
the 22. Great. So she definitely has all the telltale signs of a hag. This
Right.
is very clearly a hag in the Feywild. Though you can't even garner what type she is or,
Yes.
or anywhere how powerful she is. Though she's clearly not incredibly weak.
Yeah.
If she can.
If she's just gonna walk up to random strangers, boy, yeah.
yeah.
And as for you, she seems to be alone. You look around
Okay.
the swamp, and you can see creatures. There are swamp-esque creatures. There's frogs. There's even alligators that are like just poking out of like that water in the swamp areas. And you catch the glimpse of shadows moving on trees, but they don't seem to be surrounding you. They just seem to be existing.
It's so easy to rile her up. You see shadows. Oh no!
Yes, this will be much smoother of a ride. You won't even feel it.
Miss Baroness.
It's Bornstein.
Miss Bornstein, oh my.
Baroness Bornstein.
Miss Baroness Bornstein.
Miss Baroness Bornstein, listen, we appreciate the kind hospitality that you have brought to us, and we appreciate all that you have done, including, your lovely carriage, making it a smooth ride for us to hop in so easily. But all of us agree that we would like to travel afoot in this direction, and I point in the same direction where Alani was going. And as much as we would love to spend time with
We
you,
would
and
hate
chat
to take
and
more of your
rat,
time this
you know
evening.
exactly. We would hate to take so much of your time,
So
you poor
perhaps
Baroness Bornstein lady.
There would be
Alright.
someone else. I mean, we're robbing your opportunity of another person that you could go ahead and share and regale your numerous and wonderful tales about.
Unless you're willing to share more about you with us, we would be very interested. I mean, we would love to know everything
We don't want to
about
take
you.
her time. So, in
both
fact,
Lairs and Sweet roll persuasions. Neither of
Okay.
you get advantage. You're both rolling though.
come on, Arlani, for the love of God. That's better.
I have the. Okay.
Persuasion. We're talking a +5. 18.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
16.
Plus a genius on Arlani.
23 then, Arlani.
16, so I don't roll that bad.
All right. Well, I suppose this would be quite awkward considering they'll go the same direction. But if it suits you to go the swamps, then feel free. I'm not going to force you onto the car.
With such nice scenery, we wouldn't want to miss it.
We
I'll
do
get
hope
on
you
the
have
car.
a wonderful.
No!
No! We start.
No, he doesn't.
You
No,
idiots! We just
No, he
flashed a
doesn't.
genius
No, he
and beat
doesn't.
this
Hold
check.
it back! Oh, and hold it back!
What?
I didn't think he was gonna do it. I'm
It's
not
just
stopping
a
him.
Have you been AFK like the last 10 minutes? What are you doing?
I say it. No, I've been here. I
right,
just
if-
say that.
We need you alive to help us defeat the jackal, by the way, you
No,
idiot.
Owen. She's first Owen. She's not Owen. No, she's ugly.
What?
He's
Ugly.
not
No.
quite right into the head. Sometimes the stomach sickness. Ooh.
No, look. Such a
Oh,
special
what?
child.
I'm so tired though.
Oh, look, I mean, no, you are. You're
It
an
looks-
older man.
It looks so comfortable. And my
Oh.
walking stick, look at it.
You don't
I
even-
have a.
Do you have
no,
tiny
no,
little
you-
legs underneath that robe of yours?
Oh my god.
He said that! Did he say that? Oh my god, no.
I say it.
Goodness, if you're
Oh my
tired, I have an establishment. It happens to be in the direction you're going. You could just
Madam,
go there for the
you
time.
have multiple legs underneath your robe there.
What? Oh my
and you shall only have two.
Yes, what is the purpose of multiple, though? I mean, two
Makes
gets me-
traveling the swamp quite easy.
Wow, that is actually quite fascinating. Tell me more about the swamp and how easy it is to travel with more legs.
Oh, well,
What?
I must be going.
She can tell you as we travel. We can talk.
What? Oh, well, you get along then. Go.
She opens the cart doors, which inside look quite lavish. There's cushions. There's this velvet. It's all quite fancy inside. You can see lights of candles.
It's a
illuminating
noble's
the
cart, Nolan.
The inside is very good.
Yes, but even
And
a
you
wouldn't
noble's
like it.
cart-
She doesn't have eyes. She's just a
They're-
giant mouth.
They're hidden under her hat. You can't see them.
She does have a pretty hat.
Yes, let's go into the cart because she has a pretty hat.
Alright, so I'm just gonna walk past the cart.
Yeah, then let's walk
go.
past the cart.
Yeah, let's
cart.
not past her. I don't take my eyes off of her as we walk past, just to make sure there's no funny business going on.
As you all trudge past, having quite a bit of difficulty in the swamp. It is all difficult terrain, mind you.
Oh man, can I do anything about that?
She simply just smiles, chuckles, and shuts the door, and the cart begins to roll eerily about the same speed as you guys, but keeping a nice 50 feet between you and it now.
Right.
It pulls
I
away,
don't-
but is now traveling parallel with you.
Oh, I don't like this. We need a gun.
Yeah, that's the point. He's trying to make it difficult for us. Come on now. Alright.
Can I just cast greater
what?
visibility on someone?
You can only
Someone, yeah.
okay, one person. Congratulations. The rest of us are still visible. Is she poking her head out of the wagon and talking to
No.
us still? No.
Yeah, I
No,
was
she's
keeping an
not.
eye on her.
Okay,
So,
as long as she's not talking to us.
The
Can
question.
we just dispel
question.
the magic?
Question for you there, Box. I rolled a pretty good stealth, and I kind of as this whole interaction started, I haven't said anything. Kind of like snuck back into the shadows. Was I noticed at all by this creature? Did I
You
get
did
a hunch?
splash of genius someone or whatever.
Yes, but I don't need to do anything for that. I can just do it technically.
Mm-hmm.
It says is whenever you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to add +5 to the roll. It doesn't say it's flavor that I throw splash in there, you know.
I mean, honestly, if I was DMing, I would always make a character lose something to do that. You would lose stealth, 100%, man. I would.
Well,
I don't
well,
think.
then I would like to re-stealth.
Sure thing.
And that would be. I would, if I was in Box's shoes, I would shoot that down immediately. That definitely seems like misuse.
Now you can re-stealth, but if something is already directly looking at you, just reminder.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right.
Unless you had
So now there's-
invisibility, kind of mean.
Now there's a 50-foot gap between you and this car as you guys trudge through me.
If we just kind of slow down for a moment, just slow our pace, just maybe half.
Yeah.
Does her wagon
get to,
slow down
whisper.
with us?
The snail bottom, which kind of pulls together then stretches out to move it, does slow down.
God damn it!
No, we need
So
that.
she's matching us speed. So if we increase our speed,
She'll
she'll
keep up.
it keeps up with us.
That does seem to be the case if
Oh,
you
man.
if you practice
All
it.
right. Okay. Yeah. And if
No,
we
no,
veer
you,
a little,
Arlani,
to
you-
the left, if we just kind of change our angle just a little bit. Does
It does a wide berth turn with you guys.
God damn it!
Arlani, if you by yourself speed up, it sticks with the main group.
Yes. Okay.
Do we just all run in separate directions? No,
That's a great idea. No,
That's a dumb idea. That's a stupid idea.
Very
I'm sorry
stupid.
I'm sorry that came out of my mouth, guys.
but as you're heading off in this direction,
Do we know any
you
way?
guys don't even know where his body is. You don't know where his body is or where exactly in this area you need to go.
They
but
said
you
a
do
way.
reach water.
Way point.
Yeah, maybe.
And as you reach water, you watch the slug part of the body shift back into horse legs, and as it steps in, you watch them just grow longer so that it's standing upright in the water still.
Okay, do we know where we're supposed to be going exactly? Away gate? Is that? Should we ask this Baroness? Has she know away gates in the area?
No.
Should we?
No.
I mean, at this point, we're just gonna get lost, and yeah, I think we should ask her. I can locate her, but if we have to get to a way gate, get to him, it's not gonna help me.
I was maybe you could do some druid craft there, Owen, and figure out what's going on, or maybe that staff you're carrying will have a key to the puzzle and give you a little bit of help.
I haven't had a chance to really attune to it.
Well,
I guess I could do that.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. That is definitely a hack, right? Everyone, we agree that's
Is
a
she?
hack.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Normally,
shit!
Normally they want something. Normally they want to gain something.
Can we stop for a while so I can use commune with nature?
Sure.
I thought I could. I didn't have any fifth. I didn't have magic enough for it, but it is a ritual which I can use.
Okay, let's get to a spot that's a little bit more out of the swamp here, and then we can give you the moments.
Okay.
So we're gonna look for a slightly elevated ground or a root cluster.
Yeah, so as you head back the direction you came, you watch the horse just walk backwards.
Oh my God.
The backwards route. The only elevated ground was behind us. There's no large roots or anything that we could.
Further in the swamp.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we were going downhill the entire time.
Jeez,
yeah. Let's keep going then.
Yeah, this area, unlike the other ones you could see, is all ravines and swamp. It gets lower the further you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
So we were
The
getting
land
deeper
is
and deeper
breaking
as
down.
we kept walking forward.
Yes.
That was stupid. I didn't realize that. All right. Yeah, let's turn around. Jeez Louise. What were we thinking? Oh my.
This is the
she
way
asked,
we have to go.
If she asked, we were just looking at the sights, and we've turned around and are heading back the way we were coming.
Wait,
No,
why?
you're just why would we just don't tell her anything?
Well, okay,
Why-
yeah, let's not
Why are
say
we
anything.
turning around?
No, the less she needs to know about us, the better.
That was a frog, and someone wanted to know what species it was, right, Sherman? You love to
No.
learn about nature. And...
No, I
No.
understand what you're. Why? No. Why are we actually turning around?
Oh, because we need a little bit of higher ground so I can use this. As long as we're not in water, we can just go back a couple.
You could just do it in the water. I guess,
Just do it right here.
Okay.
Here, do you need me to? Leo, just take
No.
a seat right there. You can sit
Yes.
on Leo.
Okay, thank you.
How
yeah,
deep
yeah,
is
no,
how
you don't
deep
wanna
is the
get
swamp
dirty.
right now? By the way, how many feet of water are we in?
It's not too deep.
Oh, it's at up to our ankles or shins or knees. How deep?
Yeah, it's about knee level. But where
That's
she
deep.
is seems to be much deeper. You see, the horse legs had elongated quite a bit before they sunk in.
Oh man.
my
Okay.
God.
So it gets randomly deeper in certain parts, but where you are, you're on
Okay,
a.
we're just gonna stop here, and you cast your spell.
In my head, Owen has to touch the ground, so he's gonna look at the fetid swamp, roll up his Zorelli, and then stick his head in the swamp. His
Stick your head.
His hand in the
Head.
swamp.
hand?
Yeah, all right. Just take in
Hand.
that stagnant, diseased, bacteria-infected
Sorry,
water.
hand.
Breathe it in.
Hand
Excellent.
in the swamp, and I'm gonna cast commune with nature.
Which hand?
The one with the fingers.
So now you can
Alright.
lose those fingers to a giant fish.
Oh no!
Both
Well,
hands are gonna be ruined.
At least then I will be symmetrical.
It's only gonna eat like the knuckle portions.
Oh.
Oh fuck me.
Wow.
Okay.
Do we hear her humming from over here?
You did hear her humming, and as you hear that, you smell something sweet, like an apple pie.
Oh my god, this
Aw.
damn
No,
fucking woman!
We're not hungry. We're not
that
hungry.
smells
We ate food.
delicious.
We ate- No, Arlani.
No,
we
that
just
actually
had
does smell.
road-
That does smell pretty good,
I'm
actually.
gonna grab both Arlani.
I'm
and
not
go
going
over
over there
and
learning sarcasm. Oh my goodness.
grabbing Arlani's hand.
I'm not doing that.
I've only had rations and like.
Listen, we had a wonderful, burger, steak, and ribs. Like
Oh,
a few hours ago.
We both know that's a bold-faced lie, but
It was just salt. It wasn't even.
Like, Sherman's down with that.
okay. I gain 3 facts,
All right. How long does it take to cast?
11 minutes.
All right. So
Oh.
as you're casting it from the cart, the doors swing open.
No!
And the
I'm
creature,
going
the creature steps down and seems to just walk across the top of the water, but her feet are underneath, so it's just her dress sort of floating across the top.
My God,
Do we see the fluid like slowly like getting absorbed into her
Oh,
dress?
And she's
Sweet's
holding,
panicking. Her sweat looks less is moving behind people.
she's holding in her hands a delicious looking pie.
Oh my
You can see the
goodness.
steam
No,
rising
no,
from it.
no. And I say, oh, no, I'm grabbing your hand, Arlani.
Oh, hello again.
she doesn't actually want it.
Hi, Miss Baroness
Listen, I-
Bornstein.
Oh, yeah,
How was your
I
journey?
found
going?
myself. I cooked too much, you see. I was figuring I might have company, but you've decided to continue walking despite us heading in the same direction. But I was thinking I wouldn't be too far-fetched to come and offer to share my pie.
You're so sweet, dear. Miss Baroness, let me ask you, this hat that you're wearing, may I touch it?
That's a little word.
No.
Oh, why? It's a beautiful hat. I would really love to see the sewing and the fruit.
So that's
I
what
could
you're
make
doing.
you one. I could make you one, dear.
No, thank you.
No, you would have to return to my abode where all my seamstresses fools would be.
Oh, and where is that located?
Oh, but ahead, just a small distance.
Her. Mm.
Meanwhile, Owen's casting the spell. All right.
Yes,
We gotta
yes,
buy
Owen.
11 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
we have to talk to her for 11 minutes.
Okay, go, Sherman. Sorry.
Madam Baroness, where,
Baroness Bornstein.
Baroness Bornstein, what is some interesting areas around here that, we may not have, hit? I know your abode, you said, is just a little while ahead, but what else is, in this area?
Oh, what isn't there in this area? A myriad of pleasant locations. The geysers, the deepest roots.
Any other notable individuals who,
Oh,
are
yes.
of equal
Notable
importance?
individuals. I have my series of rivals, their little group. Baroness Kornstein.
Oh, Cornstein.
What generally happens between the two of you then if you're rivals? Usually that's a falling out, right?
I would say a falling out is an understatement. We came to blows once or twice. She found herself enjoying flaying some of my servants, and I found myself enjoying seeing hers sink into the swamp.
That's rather
This
extreme.
quite the rivalry.
Oh, it's quite the rivalry, though. You're not going anywhere near her. Don't worry. You're in Bornstein's territory.
Oh, perfect.
Ask her about Baroness Dornstein.
There's no. There might not be a Dornstein, Owen.
Well, either way, I came to offer you just a helping of pie. Consider it a gift, a welcoming gift.
Is it?
Is that apple?
She places it on the.
Stop!
She places the sort of tin container on top of the swamp, and it kind of sizzles. It's hot still on the swamp water, but it doesn't sink. And then she turns around and just marches off back into her.
Detect magic.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to
I'm
do.
darting.
Yeah. Check, Arlani. Is it cherry or is it apple?
Detect magic.
Stop it!
Friend.
No! We already discussed it's an apple pie.
Is there illusion
Oh.
magic, DM?
There doesn't appear to be illusion, but there is transmutation magic.
God. So it's,
Oh, I
not
It's
apple.
very light. It's very light transmutation.
Thank you for the
Oh.
treat. We will
It seems to be, in particular, the smell is what's being transmutated.
Yeah, it's probably like rot flesh. Oh god.
We could tell her we could both.
Is
take
the
a piece
pie
of the
actually
same
cut open?
color.
Because she said she was eating some of it
it's-
already. It's just the full
It's not.
crust.
It's a full pie, despite her story.
Alright.
I don't like.
Okay, well, it's the minimum. I can carry this with a mage hand, and then we will not make enemies of her, right?
I mean,
Save it for later. Good idea. Maybe we can
No,
throw it in someone's
con-
face.
concentrate on your spell.
I mean, I'm not having to concentrate on this spell, so mage hand.
She's talking.
No,
she's
on
talking to
Owen.
me. She's talking to me.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna mage hand and pick up the pie. Just kind of float it
The pie was
30,
picked
like,
up.
10, 20 feet away from us.
Well, we did learn a piece of information here, in that we are in her territory.
We are,
So-
yeah.
Don't want to
Those
make her. We don't want to make her
people.
mad. That's for sure.
No. Okay. Is this a hag's true form? Out of character, because I don't know anything.
They have numerous
Is
forms.
she
Yeah,
like she has
hags-
numerous forms? Okay.
Yeah.
Hags are very well known to just kind of change their bodies to, with magic. They're freaks. They're fucking gangly freaks.
One generally common
So then-
folklore piece about hags, though, is that what they find physically appearing, aesthetically pleasing, is ugly to us. They are the antithesis of what we find pretty. They hate what we find beautiful, and they're the inverse of it. So this woman, being the grotesque
carries herself
blob she
regally.
is, in her mind, she's gorgeous, and then in retrospect, you, Celeste, she finds you hideous and is actually repulsed by your image. If this is following default hag lore.
My beauty is far past hers.
Yeah, but from her perspective, she's infinitely more beautiful than you.
So then, hold on.
She's trying not to gag every time she sees you.
Yeah.
So then,
This is
does
a
your
great
detect
parody.
magic? So then, does your detect magic reach her to know if this is like illusion magic?
Oh, she's in the
Well,
thing.
it depends
Because
if
detect magic has a range.
it has 30-foot range. It depends if the DM wants to give me that as she was leaving the range or not. That's his choice. I'm not gonna scratch him too hard on it. I was more interested in
It
the pie.
seemed, from my perspective, it seemed to be cast like after she was out of sight.
That's
as
fine.
To not anger
I was
her.
more interested in the pie. I would have brought that up, but I was far more interested in the pie because it's obviously
Fantastic.
a trap.
Because the whole,
I'm
I wonder if the
interested in
whole-
the pie too.
I wonder if the whole carriage is like transmutation. Or
Well, it's 50 feet away, and I'm not getting damn
It's too far
closer
away.
to it. So the pie is drifted 10 feet or so closer towards her wagon, not so. It's not like
What are we doing with this pie?
I don't know exactly,
Yeah,
but since if it's gonna follow with us, then she can't be like, "Oh, you abandoned it." We do have it with us, and so then will allow us to say,
Saving it
"Oh,
for
we were saving
later."
it for
Of
later."
course.
Exactly.
Yep.
I mean, it might be a good dessert later. I'm not hungry right now, so definitely am not.
Nobody should be hungry currently.
In case you were wondering, though, there is a magic on this. This has transmutation magic to change its physical properties to something else, and it seems to be more based on the aroma, meaning that the apple portion's probably not apple in the pie.
Oh gosh, why would she trick us like this?
You know, hags like to do nefarious things.
All right. Oh, and at this point, your spell finishes. What 3 things do you ascertain?
Okay. I guess for one,
Nefarious thing. God damn it.
any portals, I guess.
All right. So any portals? Is that just something you can ask?
It says influences from other planes of existence.
The nature informs you of hundreds of them.
Oh man.
Of course. All right, so let's get to the more specific with your friend, because you're the jackal, because you can ask
Wherever
about a
hags
specific
are.
creature, right?
Yeah,
Hundreds
I would like to ask about the jackal.
Keep that a good 15 feet away. Thank you.
10 feet. All right. So you ask where the jackal is.
Yes.
Do you name it, or do you just say the jackal?
No, I would like to ask for Xeraphil.
Then it would guide you deeper into this territory. It seems to want to motion you to the far end of this.
To the far end of her territory.
Very deep.
Okay. Well, we're walking in the correct direction, though, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
And your third question.
I have to ask about. I want to get a ping on powerful Fae, and it is within 3 miles of me.
So it just what does it tell you about them, or does it let you know if there is one?
It just tells me if there is one. So I know I'm gonna ping the lady in this cart, but I want to make sure there's no other ones around us.
All right, 3 miles.
It's 5 miles, isn't it? Because you're outdoors. You're not in the underground.
No, it's 3 miles if you're outdoors.
It's 1 mile.
300. It's 300 feet if you're inside something.
Jesus.
You get a glimpse. You get a glimpse of a silhouette resembling the Baroness. She seems quite powerful. Not as much as June, though. June was much more prevalent. Nature immediately knew him and
Yes.
warned you about him in that regard. But you do also get another creature. It's a silhouette of a fae. It's a female, and it's in the direction you're going.
Oh.
Okay, it looks like this lady won't be the only one we're going to run into. There's another Fae further in. We have to go in the direction we're going. He is deep into this swamp.
She's deep into the swamp. Okay.
That's... You know what? I think we're going to have to move a little bit faster than this. I am going to summon... I can summon eagles. I don't know if I can summon enough for all of us, though.
You would need 5 minimum, right?
I think I can only do 4. Actually...
Well, I mean, you're fine because you can beast shape.
He can't become anything that flies, I don't think.
I actually can now.
Good.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, can you make 4 of us?
I could make myself an eagle as well. Fuck it. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Everyone, we're flying from here.
Okay.
Arlani, you can drop the pie on her cart as we leave.
I'll just... Actually, I'll bring it back to her real quick, so that way we seem as least insulting as possible and say that we found a way to get to our location more expediently. So,
but don't go by yourself, Arlani. Do not go by yourself. I'll go with you.
All right, fine. So, hello, Miss Mrs. Bornstein. We wish to just exchange and give you a wonderful pie back. Unfortunately, we weren't hungry this last moment. We were considering holding on to it for a period of time, but then our friend here just said that we're going to use a more expedient mode of travel. We've gotten a good sight from this angle of the swamp. We're going to go take to the skies for a bit. So we wanted to make sure that nothing, your wonderful cooking wasn't wasted on something. So, and I magically just kind of floated to them.
How far can Mage Hand go?
30 feet.
All right. You place it, but there's no response from the inside.
Yes, there's like a spot where there would normally be someone, like a ledge that they would sit upon. Where I'm just gonna place it right up there.
Like right on the steps.
Yeah,
right on the steps.
We hope you have a wonderful day.
There's still no response though.
I just come on, Arlene, let's go.
Just to make sure you are okay in there, right? You're not saying anything.
No response.
Arlene, let's go.
All right. Well, we assume that you might have taken a nap, so
have a wonderful
good
evening.
day.
Goodbye.
You.
Oh my god.
Let's get out of here quick.
No.
Yeah. While you guys were doing that, I was summoning 4 eagles.
Thank God. I'll get a bald eagle.
No, well, they're all giant eagles. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, okay.
God, she's so
The
creepy.
fairness is gonna like.
She never did anything immediately hostile besides the pie. That's the only. But like, she's so creepy. The threat that she presents is really high.
It's her. What throws me off is her stupid legs.
As you're waiting for the birds to be summoned, you watch the door creak open. A gnarled, sort of long-fingered hand reaches out, picks up the pulls it back in, and the door shuts.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Go now! Oh no! Oh no!
I'm summoning. I'm summoning. Stop hitting me.
This lady's gonna get out of her stupid car.
I four eagles. I imagine fly in from like the glare of the sun, and like circle down and land where people can get on them.
Think that you haven't seen hags before.
I've never seen a hag before.
I have seen a hag, and I do not want to replay that experience ever again. Everyone get on. I won't be able to talk for a little bit.
That's fine.
No, don't look at me for a moment.
Okay.
I turn into an eagle.
I stare at him.
All right. So each of you gets picked up, and you begin to fly. And as you fly, you watch the cart, like full sprint, keeping up with you down on the ground.
What the fuck?
We're going like 80. We're going like 160 feet a turn, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
the cart is full sprint.
We need a dash! Come on, little birdie, go, little birdie!
And
No,
it's
fucking-
not flying. It's just on the ground, creating giant splashes in the swamp.
Yes.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god. Oh,
That
Owen
is
is
so
fucking-
fucking scary. Oh my god!
Owen is
Not
fucking going
like-
crazy.
Alright,
All you
but-
can hear is like Hawk squawks as he's looking down.
Eventually, however, you reach one of the many ravines in the area, and as the cart reaches it, it just bounds over the side, and you watch the legs as it falls down morph into spider legs, and it like drags downward. But this gives you enough time to leave it behind as it's crawling up the side of the wall.
That is so fucking creepy.
Oh
we
my
can,
god.
I can.
No,
Once
don't.
we get to
You
our
don't have
destination.
to. You don't have
No,
to.
I'm saying once we get to our destination, I can tiny hut us, and she can't see us, and just.
I mean, but she's gonna see the
She's gonna
hut.
see the hut. She's also a powerful
that's-
fae. She probably can communicate with nature herself and go, "Is there fucking mortals
Hut
here?"
anywhere, yeah.
Yeah,
But
we're not.
you do catch enough of a gap between you that you lose sight of her for a while. Who knows how long? But you're
Oh,
flying
man.
ahead of her.
We need a stealth.
Okay, in this direction is still
And-
towards
Yes.
Zephyrill.
As you're going up ahead, you can see what you assume to be what you're going towards, what nature was guiding you to. It is a massive sort of mushroom that has this hanging vines from it and a bunch of pads up the sides.
Okay.
And at the base of it, you can see that there's some sort of aura, this greenish smog coming out of it.
Can we get there in an hour? Or we're gonna
Yeah.
have to walk the last of it?
You're gonna have to walk some of it, you are. But
Okay, that's fine.
as you land down, because you're about to run out of time, the eagles dissipate into leaves. You can see that ahead of you, the ground isn't so swampy. There's paths that lead in, and there's these like sharpened sticks, and there's things hanging from them, and there's lanterns, and inside the lantern they have this sort of reddish glow, and you can see that their inside is a pixie who looks depressed. They're just sort of hanging there, and their wings are this glowing reddish color.
Okay. All right.
The lanterns,
Do
the
they
lanterns
see
all have
us?
little locks on them.
Do-
Yes, the lanterns have little locks on them, but the pixies, like, they notice you, but they pay no mind. They just look sad.
If this is the Bornstein estate, I'm gonna be very upset.
I mean, yeah. It's
No, this is the way. When I ask for Zephyrill, this is the way nature pointed me.
okay.
I'll walk
It
over
makes-
to one of the pixie lanterns
don't-
and knock on it.
As you hit it, it glows brighter. Like, you can see her flap her wings bright, like a bunch to make it brighter.
Hey there, can you hear me?
She's just seems to be panting. It's almost, looking at her expression is
horrified, but it's almost like you can garner almost immediately. Her mind has been destroyed beyond repair.
She's afraid. She's feared. She's in fear. No.
She's been left this sort of drooling creature that has one function.
Is there a lock on this? Is it?
Yes, there's
enchanted?
a lock. It doesn't look to be enchanted. It just seems to be a lock made out of stone and wood. Stone.
Shannon, I know what you want to do. I do too, but think about the consequences. We are surely going to anger the one that put the fairy in there.
Oh man, cost benefit.
And then we still have to skirmish with the jackal.
Oh, on the way out then.
Maybe, yes, that would be the more intelligent route. So if
Alright,
our
Owen, where are we
little
going?
friend here can hold on for another hour or so, hopefully. Is there magic on this fairy?
Yeah, she seems to be magic herself. Her glowing is a magic effect.
But no enchantment magic on the fairy?
No, mine.
Yes, she is suffering from an enchantment spell.
So
Is there a hole, something I could like put food in?
No, there's not.
Can I?
Damn.
I can cast Lesser Restoration on her.
Yes, you could do it to this one. There's a
lot of them.
Lights.
They're basically just
Are they?
lampposts.
Are
you
they?
gonna be able to do as many as like lampposts on Main Street?
Are they all charmed?
Not
I don't think charmed, more like
They're not
enslaved.
charmed.
Right.
Are
Which
they
way,
frightened?
Owen?
'Cause it's
Into the giant fuck off mushroom, which makes sense. I mean, he is a spirit of, well, not decay, but like the cycle. So mushrooms, I guess.
Decay
Oh, but
is a part of the cycle. You need to
Yeah.
have stuff break down before it's able to be reborn.
we can't have them be like this. So sad.
As just stated, we have another agenda, and if we have time after it, and
If we have
resources
time
after it,
afterwards.
then maybe we can
Okay,
consider
after.
that. But let's not piss off the would-be host for this period of time, since there's so
Alright.
many unknown variables.
Fair.
Lead on, Owen.
I would like to know if there's a second silhouette I saw. I would love to know if he left it behind. But just letting you all know, not only Zephril is here. It could be that not only Zephril is here. There was another
Can I-
powerful fae other than the Baroness.
You know what to do.
So-
Can I look around and see what's
I don't-
around me? Make sure
I
nobody's
don't
like.
think it gave me that. I think I just felt like a female silhouette.
What was the other ones? Not Bornstein, it was Kornstein.
Ornstein.
But she said
yeah.
it wasn't in this direction, so it's probably not Kornstein.
Okay. Let's go in. You said there's a big kind of cloud. Have we got it into that cloud?
There was this sort of green miasma spilling from it. This emanating like magical essence.
Everyone, just keep on the lookout.
Sure.
What were you saying that you were going to go into the wagon? You know what the host that she was going to do, right? You go into that and then she traps you near and she kills you.
Sure, but you gotta be adventurous in places like this. Yeah, you never know what could happen. Maybe perhaps she's actually the greatest host of all time. You just don't know.
That apple pie had transmutation magic on it. It was almost certainly a
I'm not
trap.
sure what transmutation is.
Alters
but
the
it did
physical
smell
properties of something.
Good. Well, I don't eat pie anyway, so there.
You caught me, Northern. You're right. You don't eat pie anyways.
Can I look around and see if there's somebody like following us and see if I can see the hag in the distance?
She's so
No, we
I'm
left her.
paranoid just a little bit.
You know, Baroness Bornstein is gonna catch us at the most inopportune moment. It's totally, she's gonna just show up. Oh my! I didn't see you. How did we run into each other
I'm a
again?
little paranoid. You're
God.
like the
Alright.
stupid library lady.
It's gonna happen. We're not done with her. No
Is
way.
there? So these pixies, are they making a path?
Yes. There's several, and the surrounding area seems to be overgrown with these thickets and these winding paths. They seem to be heading downward though. But as you look around, you can see there are huts and like houses, but they don't seem to be manned at the moment, at least from that exterior view.
Right. Should I knock on the door,
Yeah.
guys?
There's pots?
Yes.
No.
Should I knock on a door and see if there's people living in the houses?
I don't
Like
know.
last time?
No, we should just go to our destination.
We should just go. Let's
So
just
yeah,
go.
well,
Let's
let's just go.
just
I
follow
go.
We're gonna follow the
the red
lantern.
fairy path.
The
Yeah.
path. Let's go. Let's
Yes.
go. Yes.
Poor fairies. Oh my gosh.
Don't say that.
They have had their minds erased basically, and then they have just instinct fear. If you interact with the that means they've been beaten repeatedly. Poor
Babies.
little
Oh my
fairies.
god.
Damn you, Box! Damn you for creating this monster. Justice needs to be done if it's possible within our means.
Well, I mean,
We can
we
have
are
fairy
supposed
friends.
to kill him.
It's not the jackal that did it to the fairies. What are you talking about? It's Bornstein. Baroness Bornstein's the one behind it, almost certainly.
Do you know what? You actually might be right. Either her or someone
She
else.
also might be the reason why the jackal can't be reunited. She might be preventing the jackal from reuniting with the nature.
That sounds like something that a hag would do.
Yeah, definitely would be.
What a mean lady. What a terrible woman. And she's here to bribe us with apple pie. It doesn't work on
Bribe
me.
us? No, she was trying to trap us, get us in a contract, get us into a
She's
bad
gonna have
deal.
to try harder.
She was not happy when we returned that pie. She said nothing. That hand reached out and grabbed that thing and yanked it back inside.
The long. I just keep
Multi-leg.
picturing the lady. I just keep picturing the long neck lady from Little Nightmares 2. Ugh.
Yeah, but this.
With her ruler, and she's just like slapping it.
Yeah, but that woman was thin. Baroness, look
Oh.
at the chubby rolls of fat she's got. Look at it.
Oh, she's so thick, Laris. Yeah.
She's a big woman.
Fantastic. So as you progress through, you come to this sort of opening, but there's just these large sort of mounds of thickets, and you can see on them there's doorways. They are houses, but it's built directly into these large mounds that have grass over the top of them.
So they're not all mushrooms themselves. These are just like
No.
thatch homes or like the Hobbit huts, basically, right out of the ground.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, those are.
Is there anyone inside? Does it look like?
Oh my goodness!
I did reverse time on accident. My bad.
Chrono reverse.
You're gonna have to redraw the entire
I
thing.
haven't heard Box yell
He
that
didn't think
ever
he
since
didn't.
United Strands.
Listen, I'm not a chronomancer anymore.
Not anymore, no. You used to do it every session. That was stated.
That was just when things went wrong, and things went wrong every session. But you guys are coming forward out of this path right here, this winding one.
Can I
how
see if
frequent were
there's-
the fairy lanterns? Like every 30 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet? How often?
Almost like every 20 feet. It was
Wow,
very
that's
frequent.
so many fairies.
Oh, that's so many.
And luckily, they only line one side at least, but there is it is well well over 50.
And each
fairies.
path has a line of fairy fountains, right?
Yes, they seem to have been captured.
Poor little.
Maybe forced to do
Baby.
awful. Who knows? But anyways,
Oh.
up ahead, you can hear like a distant. You can hear what sounds like a sermon.
Oh God.
Do you think we arrived
It
in
is
time
not
for
like the Baron's
mass?
voice, though.
Well, let's cast guidance on Nolan. Nolan, let's go ahead and get into
I'm gonna
get
cast
you into
guidance.
a stealth.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
cast
let's
guidance on
try to
myself
hide.
too.
We're gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get a little bit of a
Yeah,
stealth.
I'm gonna
act. Oh my god! Again, the same roll. 2.
Oh no.
Fantastic.
I. Don't forget.
That's
you
what
have
I'm talking
got
about.
a guidance. Yeah.
Oh, I just heard a ton of dice being or something being made.
No, he copied and pasted a bunch. Of
It's just
stuff.
Nolan that has the guidance, right?
Yeah, I can only give it to one person.
Okay.
Celeste gave it to herself, even though she has a +3 dex.
Oh, I forgot to add my dex. Fuck.
11,
Hold on.
11, 2, 22, 19.
Oh, 8.
So overall,
9, 10. Oh, actually, yeah, 11.
a failure. Essentially.
Yeah.
Overall, a failure. Damn. All right. So, as you progress forward, or well, you know, quietly, you've stealthed up. Your group is progressing forward. Where are you heading?
Why are you doing this?
What?
Sweet's putting messages on everyone's name for some reason.
Oh, I don't know about that. Let's just go between the houses and just follow the sound of the sermon.
Fantastic. Are you pushing forward?
This is
Owen
not ominous.
Leading the way. Leading the way.
At least the Baroness isn't right on our tail anymore.
Yes, the
Oh,
Baroness.
I think she probably is.
Were we supposed to bring a pie?
Oh, we left it with her. We told her we.
Oh, we should have kept pie.
Oh,
Probably a gift. We probably should have brought gifts here. Probably gonna show up empty-handed.
Let's.
Oh well.
If we walk to here, we don't see anybody.
It's okay. I have 50
There's
feet of hemp and rope. Maybe they'll like that as a gift.
We have to go towards the middle. Can I like hide behind here and look around the corner? Badly, but still do it.
Yeah, no, that's. So looking left and right, you see what looks like over in this direction, over here where my mouse is, a bunch of satyrs. Their backs silhouetted because the light is in front of them.
Is it orange light, white light, green light? What kind of light?
It is green,
Oh god.
but it's a bunch of satyrs, and they just seem to be like. Some have their hands together and like their eyes closed. Others are reaching out with both hands. Some are standing there idly.
How many does he see?
He can see probably a good like 10-ish.
And that's just this
Oh,
one
and that's
angle.
that's one
there
angle.
could be 10. I mean, that's gonna be like there's gonna be like 40 of these things.
40 of them.
Yeah.
oh no.
All right.
Guys,
They might
guys,
not be
I
hostile.
think-
They might not be hostile.
I think we're walking into a cult.
I think we're walking into a trap.
But they didn't know we were coming.
Um,
They're in the middle of a sermon.
Maybe.
This is definitely a cult.
do I see any
Oh
ways
my
up
gosh.
onto this?
Onto the house. You could try. It is made out of just swamp material. You could try though. It might have bad repercussions.
Are there any holy symbols from what I can see? That there's like a.
Where do you want to be
somebody here?
standing? You haven't moved. You're still far back compared to Owen, who can see only a small amount of the group.
And I'm not. And I rolled really bad on stealth.
You don't know you rolled badly. You just, for all you know, you're
I'm
fucking
gonna go
invisible.
5.
You guys would see like Sherman click his boots right quick and then go.
I'm like super carefully just trying to see if.
Oh my god.
I cast fly.
All right.
I still can't see from this distance, can I?
No,
you
not at all.
can't.
What
Oh
would
my
you be
God.
able to see from that?
Look.
Oh my god, then.
This is a T
Okay, I'll
intersection. Owen sees it over here. You need to be in the
Oh my
same
God.
line of sight as Owen. This is a wall.
Then I'll be here.
Yeah, that you can't see really. You can only see this area here. There may or may not be satyrs in
I
that.
can't. Oh, I can't see.
No, this is a wall.
Oh,
No, this is a wall.
house.
all right. Can I?
So-
Okay, then I'll go. Then I'll go like.
Oh
in and
my
out.
god.
No, that's
No.
what you
Well, I know because I can't see. You told me this is a wall.
did. Yeah, it's a wall.
Yeah. But maybe wait for the people that are using the
So then
fly
hold on.
spell over here. to see if they get
So
some
then can I-
recon. Because Sherman's our
Okay.
boy. He's our reconnaissance boy. We've known this. He's got this.
Okay.
I use my eagle eyes. What do I see?
Fantastic.
I'm like I'm prone down on top of the rooftop, rifle at the ready.
Oh, so wait, you're prone on the roof?
Yeah,
I thought
flew
you're
up.
flying. Yeah, no,
Well, yeah, no,
the
I
roof,
flew
the
up.
roof cannot see past the bleachers right now.
Oh, this is bleachers. Okay, well then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna fly to the
That's a
corner of the
good
building
spot.
and then
All right.
look in.
What you witness is a massive creature, gargantuan in size, though its skin tattered, and it looks as though you can see the bone underneath it. Its muscles visible, and its eyes white and hollowed. A massive, sort of jackal-esque creature.
Is there a portal?
And
Look
before
around.
him is a woman, satyr, who is standing
It's
on.
Lilith.
It's not Lilith.
No, that'd be funny if it was.
Who is standing in the middle of a circle, and this circle has very similar, though changed runes to the one you've seen before.
The hag runes.
The hag runes.
No, not you, the person who can see it.
Sherman.
They-
Oh,
Yeah, they
Sherman knows
probably
what this is.
they probably
Sherman, what is your
function
past?
It's not even that far. They just seem in construct. They probably function a similar way to the Waygate, but just on a bigger level.
Oh, it's Alexander.
I'm gonna
Y'all
click
can
a
see.
thing on my wrist, and I'm sending a message to Arlani, and I'm gonna explain what I saw. What looks to be the corpse of the corpse of well, actually no,
Jackal.
no, hold on a moment. How do I want to do this?
Oh my gosh, this is Diana.
When I asked you guys what the Feywild was like, I did not hear anything about stuff like this.
So
Have
yeah,
you never been here before?
in your head, Arlani, you would hear a message. I see the corpse of Zarafel, and
Why is
Looks
your
like a-
voice different?
there's a ritual being cast.
This
This
is his
is
real
his.
voice.
What?
This is
Who
his
is
radio
this?
voice.
Who is this?
You know who it is. This isn't a spell.
Sherman, why do you sound so different?
Oh my
Is
god.
question
there,
that
is
now.
there is there a portal?
Yes, it appears to be something similar to the Waygates, like we saw in Mage Doom.
How do we?
As you're watching, one of these satyrs marches forward, and you watch as the woman just places her finger on his forehead, and his body begins to ripple in like an agonizing manner. He lets out a pain scream as this mushroom sort of bursts from his shoulder and leaves him sort of like a monstrous state. But she says some words to him, kisses him on the forehead, and he begins to walk back, kind of shaking.
They're transforming satyrs into some sort of state. We have to stop this.
Yes.
And
All right.
that
I'll tell
is-
the others.
As that is happening, because of the great stealth rolls, the overall
Oh.
failure of stealth roll that we got in total,
Of course.
just unfortunate timing, really. But that's when a patrol of satyrs is coming down. They're bearing offerings, but they immediately notice you and let out a like roar, and this garners the attention. It echoes through the area.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh my.
Initiatives.
Can I
Okay.
at this time, hearing the roar, get a shot off on Kaylor to interrupt the ritual? I did have my rifle out.
You did, but this is a punishment for your bad stealth, you know?
I had a good stealth.
Yeah, but as a party, you failed.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mhm. Let's just hope you get a high initiative. I'll give you advantage on the initiative.
Oh my goodness. That is so
I think-
nice.
Owen, don't
Owen
forget
had
you
to
have
go.
advantage on initiative.
Yes,
from
I
Vigilant
remember this.
Blessing. This is
Yeah.
bad.
I got a natural 20 in my initiative.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that didn't help me.
Let's grab.
Okay,
It
that's
didn't
not,
help
that's
you
not a
at
terrible
all?
initiative. Oh, our initiatives are still the same. I am slightly worse than I was last time at a 17.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, good God.
They're goats. They're just as ugly
They're
goats.
satyrs, not goats.
Ugh. Satyrs? Oh, they're
They're Fae.
No, but what's that word? That
At least
they're
At least I remember to get rid of hold person because
they're like resistant to like all magic. I think is it all magic?
It
Or they have
doesn't-
a
it doesn't matter because these are probably not canon satyrs, alright?
Oh.
These we already know
What am I
some of
kidding?
them are mutants, and they're using the one that became a mutant has the same art as the other one. So either they're all mutants / demonic,
Oh,
or some
God.
are. There's no way to differentiate. So they're not canon. We know this.
All right.
Wait, why am I in burn right? Monster. You monster.
Is
So is it-
Baroness Bornstein on the table here?
No.
I
she's not.
think
Thank God.
I think it is the
But let's see. At the top of the round, Celeste. Celeste, as you heard this roar and these creatures all noticed all of you,
uh-huh.
we'll find out how that goes
We'll
next
find-
time.
I just changed the
What?
music. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Very well. God damn it. This is a huge number of creatures.
damn.
This is horrible.
But listen, it's a bunch of tight, small paths, Arlani. You can
Yeah,
do this.
yeah. You
Yeah,
got this
I-
path.
this is-
You got this path. This one.
We will figure it out. All right. So, well, thank you for DMing. Thank you for playing, everyone. And remember, don't trust the dungeon master. Good night.
Good night.